God. God is not far. He is in the stillness after the chaos, in the laughter of children, in the stranger who smiled at you for no reason. He is not confined to buildings or books. He walks with us in dust and rain, in heartbreak and healing. He is the answer before we even speak. To seek God is to seek love, and to find God, truly find Him, is to love deeper, live fuller, and give without counting.
na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị na eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị na urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị na ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị maka ka onye si eme ka ekwe si akpụ ya ka onye si eme ka ọja si akpụ ya ihe a bụ Aneke TV.
God. God is not far. He is in the stillness after the chaos, in the laughter of children, in the stranger who smiled at you for no reason. He is not confined to buildings or books. He walks with us in dust and rain, in heartbreak and healing. He is the answer before we even speak. To seek God is to seek love, and to find God, truly find Him, is to love deeper, live fuller, and give without counting.
Good morning, sports fans. Welcome to our sports update here on Aneke TV, where we bring you thrills and excitement from tennis courts, boxing rings, and football field across the globe. I am Uche Osai. Let's start from the world of tennis. Emma Raducanu, British number one, is ready to take on Janice Jen, knowing she has to be in her elements to defeat the Indonesian qualifier, who has won 6 tournaments and 59 matches in her first season of WTA Tour. Remember, the British number one got her first victory in this tournament since lifting her trophy as an 18-year-old in 2021. Now let's move to the boxing ring. In the world of boxing, Deontay Wilder, the Bronze Bomber, has accepted the challenge from Francis Ngannou, a former UFC heavyweight champion who has transitioned into boxing. Ngannou called out Deontay on a social media, declaring it's time to finally settle the debate on who is the heavy puncher. However, the manager to Deontay Wilder has equally affirmed that Deontay accepted the challenge. However, the bout can only come next year. Then moving on, Dillian Whyte rules out retirement and vows I will be back after this month defeat by Moses Itauma. Itauma, the heavy-hitting puncher, the new sensation in the world of boxing, dropped Dillian Whyte in just less than 120 seconds. Dillian Whyte has vowed to be back, and Moses Itauma is ranging and has challenged Usyk for a bout. Then moving to the world of football, the game that unifies fans around the world. We'll look at the Champions League played yesterday about the qualifiers. Celtic crashed out of the Champions League qualification on penalties to Kairat Almaty. They lost 3-2. The Hoops failed to score over 210 minutes against a team ranked 311th in Europe, as they are left to settle for a place in Europa League. Their fans chanted, sack the board, sack the board. Now looking to other results, Paphos FC were able to play out a 1-1 draw with FK Crevena. Moving to Stormgrass and Bode, played out a 2-1 defeat. Then over to Germany, DFB Cup. Stuttgart survived a wide comeback to win on penalty shootout in their match against Eintracht Braunschweig. They played that penalty shootout 7-8, where FB Stuttgart emerged victorious. Then taking you to transfers, the Nigerian senior female team captain Ajibade seals a transfer to PSG. The excited skipper was unveiled by the club to his fans. The most protracted transfer of the season, involving Newcastle forward Isak, still rages on. We heard about a meeting with the Part Club owner with Isak in his home. However, as at this moment, we don't know the outcome of that meeting. It seems that there's no end in sight concerning the most protracted transfer saga of this season. We're still on the watch out. Tottenham, after their failure to secure Eberechi Eze from Crystal Palace, has increased their offer for Como's pass. After that failure, they've increased their bidding for Pass to join them. And then moving over to Italian club, AC Milan has backed out from the transfer of Nigerian forward Boniface. This was on the advice of their doctors, based on the previous injury that Boniface sustained in the past. Then, Man City is plotting to join Liverpool for the battle to sign Gay from Crystal Palace. As at this moment, we don't know who will come out to secure the signature of Gay. If at the end of the day, Palace will let Gay, their captain, to leave for another challenge elsewhere. That will be our update on Sports Roundup on Aneke TV today. I am still Uche Osai. Thank you for staying with us.
God. God is not far. He is in the stillness after the chaos, in the laughter of children, in the stranger who smiled at you for no reason. He is not confined to buildings or books. He walks with us in dust and rain, in heartbreak and healing. He is the answer before we even speak. To seek God is to seek love, and to find God, truly find Him, is to love deeper, live fuller, and give without counting.
na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị na eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị na urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị na ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị maka ka onye si eme ka ekwe si akpụ ya ka onye si eme ka ọja si akpụ ya ihe a bụ Aneke TV.
God. God is not far. He is in the stillness after the chaos, in the laughter of children, in the stranger who smiled at you for no reason. He is not confined to buildings or books. He walks with us in dust and rain, in heartbreak and healing. He is the answer before we even speak. To seek God is to seek love, And to find God, truly find Him, is to love deeper, live fuller, and give without counting.
na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị na eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị na urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị na ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị maka ka onye si eme ka ekwe si akpụ ya ka onye si eme ka ọja si akpụ ya ihe a bụ Aneke TV.
God. God is not far. He is in the stillness after the chaos, in the laughter of children, in the stranger who smiled at you for no reason. He is not confined to buildings or books. He walks with us in dust and rain, in heartbreak and healing. He is the answer before we even speak. To seek God is to seek love, and to find God, truly find Him, is to love deeper, live fuller, and give without counting.
Hello, I'm Aneke, and today on Echoes of the Past, we take a journey into the life of a man whose pen reshaped how the world saw Africa and how Africans saw themselves. A man whose words bridged cultures, challenged stereotypes, and gave voice to the heartbeat of a continent. He was a storyteller, a teacher, a critic, and above all, a custodian of African heritage. His name, Albert Chinua Lumogu Achebe, the literary giant often called the father of modern African literature. Chinua Achebe was born on November 16, 1930 in Ogidi, a town in present-day Anambra State, Nigeria. Ogidi was steeped in Igbo traditions, yet Achebe's family stood at the crossroads of two worlds, tradition and colonial influence. His father, Isaiah Okafor Achebe, was a teacher and an early convert to Christianity. His mother, Janet Aneke Achebe, brought the warmth of storytelling into the home. Growing up, young Achebe was surrounded by folk tales, proverbs and oral traditions from his Igbo culture, while also absorbing the influence of British colonial schooling and the Bible. This dual perspective, African heritage on one hand and Western education on the other, would later shape the very core of his writing. Achebe excelled academically. After early schooling in Ogidi, he attended Government College Umuahia, often called the Eton of the East, a place that nurtured some of Nigeria's brightest minds. It was here that he fell in love with literature, devouring the works of Dickens, Shakespeare, and other Western authors. Yet, even as he read, he noticed something unsettling. Africans in those books were often portrayed as savages, voiceless, and without dignity. In 1948, Achebe joined the brand new University College Ibadan, the first university in Nigeria, affiliated with the University of London. He started studying medicine but soon realized his heart was in storytelling. He switched to English, history, and theology, determined to become a writer who would tell Africa's story from an African perspective. It was at Ibadan that Achebe began writing short stories, essays, and radio scripts. His early works hinted at his later genius, blending traditional African narratives with modern literary style. After graduating in 1953, he joined the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation in Lagos, where his career as a broadcaster and writer took off. In 1958, Achebe published his first novel, Things Fall Apart. The book told the story of Okonkwo, a proud man whose life and culture are disrupted by British colonialism and Christian missionaries. Unlike the books Achebe had grown up reading, Things Fall Apart showed Africans as complex, dignified human beings with strengths, flaws, traditions, and histories worth preserving. The title was drawn from a line in W.B. Yeats' poem, The Second Coming. Things fall apart, the center cannot hold. Achebe used it to capture the shattering impact of colonial intrusion. The novel was an instant success. It has since sold over 20 million copies and been translated into more than 50 languages, making Achebe the most translated African writer in history. Things Fall Apart didn't just entertain, it rewrote the narrative about Africa, challenging racist portrayals in works like Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness. Achebe didn't stop there. He went on to write No Longer at Ease in 1960, Arrow of God 1964, A Man of the People 1966, and later Anthills of the Savannah 1987. His works tackle themes like corruption, tradition versus change, political instability, and the struggles of post-colonial African nations. Achebe's writing style was distinct, simple yet profound, deeply rooted in Igbo proverbs and storytelling patterns. He believed English could be Africanized to carry the weight of African experiences. In the late 1960s, Nigeria was torn apart by the Biafran War, 1967 to 1970. Achebe, an Igbo man, supported Biafra's bid for independence and served as a roving ambassador for the cause. The horrors of war, famine, displacement, and massacres deeply affected him and would influence his later writings, especially his poetry collections like Beware, Soul Brother. The war also changed his relationship with Nigeria's political establishment. Achebe became an outspoken critic of corruption, oppression, and misrule. His political stance sometimes put him at odds with those in power, but he never backed down. From the 1970s onwards, Achebe taught at universities across the world, including the University of Massachusetts, Bard College, and later Brown University in the US. He mentored generations of African writers, insisting the African literature must speak for itself, not through colonial lenses. In 1990, tragedy struck when Achebe was in a car accident in Nigeria, leaving him paralyzed from the waist down. He moved to the United States for medical care, but continued teaching, writing, and advocating for social justice. His later works included the memoir, There Was a Country, in 2012, which recounted the Biafran War from a personal perspective. Achebe also received numerous awards, including the Man Booker International Prize in 2007. On March 21, 2013, Chinua Achebe passed away in Boston, Massachusetts at the age of 82. His death was mourned across the world, from classrooms in Nigeria to literary festivals in Europe and America. Today, Achebe's work continues to inspire writers, scholars, and everyday readers. He is remembered not just as a novelist, but as a cultural guardian. The man who insisted that Africa's story would be told by Africans themselves. Chinua Achebe once said, "Until the lions have their own historians, the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunter." Through his pen, Achebe became that historian for Africa, giving the lions their own voice. His words remind us that stories are more than entertainment. They are a declaration of identity, dignity, and truth. And so, as we remember the man from Okidi whose books travel the world, we are reminded of another Igbo proverb he loved. When the moon is shining, the cripple becomes hungry for a walk. Achebe may be gone, but his stories still walk among us, strong, steady, and unafraid. And that's all I have for you today on Echoes of the Past on Aneke TV. You can drop your comments on all our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, X, and right here on YouTube. My name is Aneke. Stay tuned until next week, Thursday.
na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị n'eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị n'urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị n'ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị maka ka onye si eme ka ekwe si akpụ ya ka onye si eme ka ọja si akpụ ya ihe a bụ Aneke TV.
kwanu dimi no di ekwe yibo do
Obe ba ya kwa mo.
Na ma na mu kwanu dimi ma showo di ekwe yibo do ne. Lo da mu na mu.
Iya.
Do do ne ka.
Iya.
Lo da mu no go ro mu ke ke do do ne ke. Ayi ne ne ke je do do ne ke mu mo na shi do ko ko ma sha do do ne ke chi.
Dele na ma lo lo ko. Wo ele yo baba yi. Wo bu ji be go je ka kala. Wo la ke da jo ku bi de ya do lu ku la bo le je no ke do wo. Dulo to ko ro. Iya.
Mo ta mo ta mo ku ma tu. Mo na ni de ni ba ku ku. Mo ta ma la ku ko ta de ni da ma jo. Ọmọ bọ́ọ̀gbẹ̀.
Iya, ọ gara achọ. O je yu wọrụ ka ọ ga-eje. O je yu wọrụ ka ọ ga-eje.
Ọmọ bọ́ọ̀gbẹ̀.
Ije wee gide bụ wigbo ọbẹrẹjẹ na ugwu so ebe gburu oworo ngwuru jede n'okereje na ugwu so ebe gburu oworo ngwuru jede ebe mekwa na onye uche dị na-eji na nga dọrọ enye ọkarụ
ụtụtụ nke nje ka na-adụ ije nwaka wedebe igbo nwachọwọ nwaka adụmotu ụjọ nke na-ete ga abịrị nwachọwọ ọwa igbo osimiri anyị jere nkwọ ọba anyị
onye anyị jere nkwọ ọba anyị oge na-aba ya
TV, the heartbeat of culture, truth and innovation. From breaking news to inspiring documentaries, from grassroots traditions, mysteries of life to global perspectives, we'll tell your stories. We amplify your voice and your vision. With every screen we light up, we connect, inform and empower. It's more than a television. This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to Insight, where we spread the heartbeat of politics and the voice of the people here on Aneke TV. Today, we will look at issues, headlines that shape our nation. We'll bring you expert analysis, hot debates, and the people's voice, your neighbors in the street. Today, with me on this show is Comrade Ben Asogwa, Enugu State Chairman of Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, TUC. Mr. Ben, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you. It's also a pleasure being here with you.
I hope it was not difficult locating us.
No.
All right.
It's a strategic place in Enugu.
All right. So let's get right into it. Comrade Ben, let's start with Enugu State. How do you assess the performance of the governor of Enugu State, Peter Ba's administration generally?
All right. Let me start with this. You know, before the governor came in during their campaign period, they made a whole lot of commitments, including other aspirants. He, in particular, made a lot of commitments. Some of those commitments we saw as things that might not be possible. But going by the way he's working, there's one thing I give to him. There's one thing so significant and so peculiar to Peter Mbah as a governor. That is the fact that he pursues his goal with energy. If he tells you he wants to do this, you see him pursuing that with energy. And that is one thing that distinguishes him from other leaders in our country. Some leaders in this country, when they make statements, they take those statements as political statements. But I feel from what is going on and the way the governor acts, that most of his actions or whatever he has promised, he takes those things into heart and works towards achieving them. We're looking at it from the perspective of his promises. One thing is making effort. When you see that somebody has promised you, maybe he made a promise that he will give you this table, and you see him doing everything possible to provide the table for you. Even if at the end of the day, he did not provide exactly this table, but something that is as good, you know that this is a man that keeps to his word. So I can tell you, I may not say that he has gotten everything 100% because he's a human being, but I can tell you that when it comes to determination to do things, he has it. In fact, he's top-notch in pursuing his goals. And one of them, the issue of infrastructure. I remember when he mentioned certain things he was going to carry out. Some of us didn't see it as a possibility. And he's a kind of person that gathers so many things at the same time. If you look at the level of projects he executes, he's not concentrating on roads only, he's not concentrating on health only, he's not concentrating on education only. So even as a labor leader, I know quite well, yes, sometimes we disagree with those in public offices like government officials. But when we do something the right way, we praise you for that. So it's not like a political singing, but under the perfect statement of facts, I can tell you that his own infrastructure is grassroots oriented. And you can see that from what is happening with the smart schools and hospitals. So this is the first time we are seeing a system where the government will come to execute projects that go down the routes, or down to the ward level. We have 260 wards in the state, and when he started smart schools, in fact, we've been used to a situation where the sitting governor will start something and they will select where to do it, and that ends it. Then, if you come to talk, some other person will tell you, it's our own people is our own person that is there. But for him, he took it to the 260 wards, which is commendable. Then, when it comes to the issue of security, insecurity has become a problem in this part of the world, even in the southeast. Initially, it wasn't that bad, but it got bad at a stage. And he came in when there was this anxiety, serious anxiety. Sit at home was still ongoing. And when he said this cannot continue this way, some people were not comfortable with that. But he insisted and pursued it until we achieved this level of calm. At least on Mondays, we still, Igbos are known for their business. In fact, we survive by our own efforts. And I was also seeing it as a dangerous thing if we had continued with the system of sitting back at home for 1 week, 2 weeks. To me, it's not like you are fighting your enemy, you are fighting yourself. Because being a kind of people that live on our own efforts, if we should come out every day and sit back in the house for 1 week, the economic implication is unimaginable. So he fought against such because he knew the consequences on us. So I can give him all those parts. Then there is also this aspect of, if you look at transportation, what they have just newly commissioned, the transport routes we now have in Enugu, and the parks that look like what you can majorly see in the airports. So those things are commendable, I must tell you. So if I should start mentioning, at least we have visible things we can see.
Comrade, now you've talked about developments, you've talked about transport. Now let me ask, can you discuss the potential benefits or the economic benefits of these to the residents of Enugu State, of these 100 CNG buses that he just launched?
Of course, the benefits are very clear, because when you talk about transportation, when you understand the effects of transportation on our economy, is if there is a shift in the petroleum pump price. And that just has to do with transportation. Once there is a shift, every other thing will begin to escalate. So if there is provision for comfort in particular, when it comes to transportation, it's kudos, and the benefit will be enormous. So, and there is only one thing I personally feel, even on a good day, I'm as the chairman of the TUC and the representative of the masses, I will also will speak to him on this issue of the cost, because we know quite well, yes, considering the comfort in those vehicles, it's worth it. But you know, our people have this mentality. We like comfort, but when it comes to spending extra dime to get the comfort, some people will say, "And I'll be in the AC." Just so you know that kind of thing. But if we can even be sure, that is, try as much as possible to keep it at par with the normal transportation, then you spend the same money and then enjoy transportation. There is, why I'm saying it is that the amounts they placed on those things, you see some level of little shift upwards, like 100 naira or thereabouts.
Comrade, some people will argue that before the launching of these buses, that Enugu State doesn't have a transportation issue.
See, let me tell you, transportation, we don't have transportation issues. Yes, in our own government. But what do you call transportation issue? And to me, if you say we don't have transportation issue, then the transport means won't be a problem for us. We can afford it comfortably if we say we don't have an issue. But I know quite well that even since the inception of this government, when federal government removed subsidy, it became a big issue for us. So, and that is why I believe that if anybody is thinking that we don't have transportation issue, we do. And another thing is this: providing comfortable environment for whatever you are doing, even change the mentality of the people you are doing. For instance, if you go to a park where everything is done upside down, if you want to ease yourself, you turn by the corner and start doing it. But when you look at the environment and it's decent, your brain will tell you that this is not the right thing to do. And if you look at decent transportation, it's a good, if you overseas, they have train, they have some other means that will make life easy. Some people may not understand the value now, but what I'm just looking at is that if it becomes more affordable than other means, irrespective of the comfort. For I can ask you and you tell me, oh, considering the comfort, that they prefer it. Even the little admission will not be extra $100 or so. But if they can make it the same amount with normal transportation or even lower, the importance will be felt. But if anybody is saying that we don't have transport issues, we have. You may say that there are buses everywhere, but for you to be able to even control the costs that buses charge, this is what you do. You must provide this alternative for the people. And when the transporters find out that there is alternative, that is when they will not be hiking the prices any way they like. With these buses, I believe that the rate of hike at any given time they reach, like during the Christmas period, you see transporters hiking the price of transportation. But with this, government will not have a means of moderating it.
Comrade, as a resident of Enugu State, if you are in a position to make the choice or to advise, comparing between the transportation system and the building of modern terminals and having a viable working water scheme in Enugu State, which would you have advised?
All right. You asked me as a person?
Yes, as a resident of Enugu State.
As a resident, knowing that water is one issue, one big problem we have that has defied so many solutions, I believe that that is where it touches us most. And I give it to the governor that it was one of the first projects he pursued. But I have also come to realize that what is happening in the water sector and with regards to water supply in Enugu, some people underrated the problem and thought that it's just like putting 1 and 2 together and it will give you the arithmetical answer. No, it goes beyond that. So if you ask me as a person, I can frankly tell you that if you should place the two side by side, I will take water. If we are able to get water at every nook and cranny of the state, the impact will be enormous. That does not mean that transportation is not important. That's what I'm saying. But when we put them on the basis of priority, considering the fact that water, good water supply is a problem in Enugu, people rely on tankers and all those sources. Some people even drink water from wells without knowing whether it's contaminated by some bad elements like lead and coal. Nobody knows what the consequence will be. But because people they know that this water is clean, they drink it. It may have long-term health consequences. So I know quite well that water is a big problem for us, and if it's done, kudos to government. And I know quite well also that despite all the governor's efforts, we've not seen it at the level we expected it. Good. And we are still expecting something better than what it is today. Because we know that the public, the masses, they are not looking at the quantity of water you generate. They are looking at the amount, the amount they can get. If you, for instance, tell me that you generate 1 billion cubic meter water, and I can't get a cup in my own area, for me, it has not started happening. Many other areas within the metropolis still do not have water. That is the truth.
Well, comrade, why do you think subsequent governments in Enugu State, and given that this governor during campaign promised that within 180 days in office that he would provide a working water scheme for Enugu State, why do you think the previous governments have failed in this area?
In the first place, I think one thing they have to understand is that I'm seeing it from the fundamentals. That is why I said that it's not more of straightforward arithmetic where you add 1 to 2 and it should become 3. No, it goes beyond that. There is political aspect to it. There is also attitude aspect of it, and so many other factors. For instance, when the governor said he was going to provide water within 180 days, he didn't really know that the water system we have in Enugu has been there for many decades. For instance, the pipes, asbestos pipes, that already have been outdated, phased off completely. In fact, it has been phased off in so many areas. So now, for you to get it right, you have to go fundamental. Another thing is that why I say that there is political aspect to it is that some people, you know, there is this saying in Igbo, some people are benefiting from the water scarcity. It's creating business for some people, and they are sabotaging the process. And unfortunately for us, where these water schemes are located is always an isolated area where somebody can go in and vandalize everything and then you end it. Then, who are the people that are giving the contracts? We have not actually gotten sincere people that will give us what we need. It's not a matter of those that go there to speak grammar. It's people who can sincerely get to the root. Even when former governor was there, he plunked in good amount of money, and there was no effect. So, and unfortunately, with the efforts of the governor with regards to the water supply, we are seeming to be at the same spot, just a little shift. So I think that the solution to the water problem in Enugu should come from a different perspective. When the former governor was there, it got to a point where he sent me and some other person to go and do investigations on the project. We came back and told him plainly that what they were even putting there weren't strong enough to pump water within that vicinity, let alone the whole of Enugu, because we saw fabricated machines that could not do much. We kept on asking. I don't want to mention the company because I'm not here to talk about them, but the summary is that I'm talking about the 9th Mile water class program. It was an indigenous company that was given the contract, and they were just doing make-believe kind of project there. So we came back and made it clear to him that what they were doing wasn't going to supply water. We told him. In fact, we were about 3 that did that investigation, and we told him plainly. And we know quite well that we've not actually gotten the right people to do it, because it needs total overhauling. And when we talk about water supply, it is not something you see as a business per se. it is corporate, it's a kind of responsibility of government. If you see it that way, it will help us. If somebody is coming in and his only belief is that if you put in money and generate it in 1 month, no, that is not the essence of this water supply. So I must tell you that why the subsequent governments have not succeeded is that, one, there is in-house issue. Because when we got there, we even found out that the renovation work they said they were doing they did at so many places weren't properly done. They removed some old components, repainted them and fixed back. They also went out there to maybe camp or so and fabricated some things and put there and came back to say they have repaid. So even right now as we talk, I don't know the extent of the work that has been done, but most of those things that were done, if they want to run the water scheme to work, the first thing they should do is to sit down and find out why those things are not working. There was a time also, it was discovered that those tankard people they had machineries that go about locking or vandalizing or removing, because it's such a thing that you can remove something that looks like this cup and the whole thing will stop.
All right, comrade, talking about in-house issues, will it be safe to say that the governor lacks the political will to take decisive action that is needed to weed out the bad eggs in the system and see that Enugu State enjoys water?
No, I can't say that. You know why I said I can't say that?
Let us know.
Because when he came in as a governor, one of the major things I saw, as an individual now, is that he made sure that he did not give room for those I may refer to as political vultures.
Who are those you refer to as political?
Yes, some people who do not. There are people who do not have any other handwork. Their only duty.
Can you mention names?
I don't want to mention names. It's not my. That is not why I'm here. I'm not here to talk about.
All right, describe their
but collectively,
describe their
such people do not have any other thing to do. They are not practicing any other business thing. They are not running any other business except that when there is election, they will come and make a noise, show them noise value, and we will appoint them or given contracts that they can never execute. And even if they try to execute those contracts, it will be shabbily done, and the money will go down the drain. There are people that depend on what they get from the political arena, to answer big. They are big men, quite all right, but their big manism is not coming from their business, it's not coming from their professional pay or whatever. It's rather coming from political gimmicks. All right. So such people, I refer to them as political vultures. He made sure that most of them were shown the way out. He locked the door against most of them.
But some of them were appointed into office.
There is no way. Let me tell you, I'm not speaking for government. I'm not here to speak for government.
Yes.
But I'm part of government.
We
I'm also part of the system.
Yes.
And being an indigenous of Enugu and a resident of Enugu, I'm also part of the system. So we know what is going on. There is no way you come into a system and change it hook, line, and sinker. You must have some people.
There's no way you come into a system and change it hook, line, and sinker.
Let's remove everybody.
Hold that thought. If you're just joining us, this is the Insight, where we explore the habit of politics, issues that affect our state and shape our nation. If you're just joining, we are speaking to Comrade Ben Asogwa, Enugu State Chairman of Nigerian Trade Union Congress. Sorry, please. Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, TUC. Comrade.
Yeah.
We are talking about political will here. At the end of the day, the buck stops on the governor's table. It is the governor's legacy, not that of the political vultures.
Yes.
So, don't you think that the state government is not doing service to the people by not weeding out these political vultures?
What I said earlier is that the present governor has weeded out a lot of them.
But not all.
But let me tell you, do you know why you cannot weed out everybody? There are people who are strategically placed. There are people who are also by policy, not meant to be removed by just, I want to remove you. For instance, I'm the chairman of TUC. Assuming I'm one of the bad eggs, the governor cannot just wake up and say, leave. Some people say he wants to manipulate TUC. Can you understand me now? So because of it, I must have to be there.
All right, comrade.
But the most he can do is to remove those that he can remove, or keep some people at a distance. But what I can tell you for sure is that Some of them underrated the problem we have in the water sector. Some of them underrated it. So they felt it's just a matter of having that decision to pump in from front and force some actions, not knowing that there are people that must sabotage the process, and if you did not checkmate them, you will run back to square zero. To the extent that some of them, let me tell you, you saw the water galleries they built in Enugu. Which one? How many of them? Have you seen any of them work?
I have not seen.
Do you know that some people, when they put all those things there, some people went to those taps, and removed all the noses. They could have sold them 5 naira or 2 naira. You see, one thing is that we should also change our character, our attitude. We shouldn't see certain things as far. See, most of those things they are doing, if we don't know that they don't belong to them, we will always think we are fighting them by destroying what belongs to us either. Because one, even if there is no drop of water in anywhere, as a governor, he will get water to drink. We should know that. Even if there is no insecurity, if there is insecurity everywhere in Enugu, as a governor, he will be protected. Therefore, anything we can do to conserve the little we have is very important. They built water galleries, and they know that well that it didn't take time, and people went to those places, cutting away the nozzles.
All right. On that note, comrade, if I don't know you, I would think that maybe the government send you to speak for them.
Because I'm sounding this way today.
Yes.
Yes, but I must be
If we are talking about national issues, I will say maybe you started to sound like the bio-nonogas.
But let me tell you, that doesn't still mean that we don't have areas where we try to say,
can we hear about those areas?
Okay, let me give you an instance. When the governor came in, actually, and we were talking about wage award, he was one of the first governors that pronounced wage award, and he said in his own, "You continue earning it until you transition to minimum wage." We got minimum wage. He said it was going to be 80,000 naira, and we clapped. See where we now started frowning. When it got to consequential adjustment, and they could not allow us to do consequential adjustment, we became unhappy. And up to date, we've been presenting it. We've been saying, if we did not do consequential adjustment, we will not take it that this minimum wage is complete. It's like, though a table can these days stand with one leg, but I would have said it's like a one-legged table, but we can see one-legged table standing.
So where are we at this moment?
So at this point, I'm saying that we got minimum wage, but we didn't get consequential adjustment. We didn't have to clap and say you've gotten it right because no, when we didn't do the best for us, we say it's not the best. Then I was also telling you that for the transportation, it is fantastic, it's good, but they have to make it cheaper. If they didn't make it cheaper than the regular transportation, then the impact will not be felt. We know that it's more comfortable. You go in and sit decently. It's air conditioned and wonderful. But if we didn't make it at least a little cheaper than the regular transportation, then an ordinary person like me will not see the reason to spend extra 15 naira or 100 naira because you said I will get AC.
All right. On that note, comrade, let's move up a bit for lack of time. It's been raining endorsements. We've seen opposition governors, opposition politicians endorsing the president. What is your view about this? For the what does it portend for the nation?
It tells you the danger we have in the system, the rot. Because in the first place, when you see opposition adopting without any categorical reason, you know that they are just looking for political protection. Because a good number of them, if you look at the way the system is running, for instance, you talk about federal government, most of the policies they are churning out are anti-people policies. We know that. And we've not seen any of those people that are doing endorsement. We want to say, these ones you are doing, these policies are not going down well with us.
All right, comrade. We'll go on a short break and we'll be right back. Please stay with us.
Welcome to Aneke TV, the heartbeat of culture, truth and innovation. From breaking news to inspiring documentaries, from grassroots traditions, mysteries of life to global perspectives. We'll tell your stories. We amplify your voice and your vision. With every screen we light up, we connect, inform and empower. It's more than a television. This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
All right, you're still watching The Insight on Aneke TV, where we x-ray the heartbeat of politics, issues that affect us in the state and shape our nation. We are speaking with Comrade Ben Asogwa, Enugu State Chairman of Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, TUC. Comrade.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's been an interesting conversation. But we're talking about endorsements. And I've heard the governor commend the president. Do you see this governor defecting to APC?
Well, if I say that I'm not a politician, you may doubt me. But by the meaning of being a politician, I don't think I'm one. I'm just a labor leader. And I'm not Peter Mbasa.
Based on your observation. Like I've seen you speak eloquently about the president. Some are of the view that some of these commissioning of projects, moving to the senatorial zones, are preparatory to defection.
Okay, so if I talk now, they will say, you say maybe I'm speaking for the governor. But if it isn't,
speak your mind.
For me, your mind, I don't see this as preparatory to defection. I would rather see it as preparatory to. But one thing is this: I know the governor may defect to APC at any time. He didn't ask me to speak for him. I'm not speaking for him.
Good.
It is very possible.
Now, let's assume,
considering the fact that even his own house is leaking terribly, let's face the truth. What is the status of PDP today? Some individuals have hijacked PDP. It's no more like, in fact, the center can no more hold in PDP, and that is his own political party. So, if he has anything to do with regards to 2027 election, is he sure of the house he belongs to, his own family called PDP? The umbrella is already tearing. So if he starts seeking for shelter elsewhere, I may be surprised. But one thing you have to know is that, you know, whenever any action is taken by any individual, for instance, as I'm talking here, maybe before I leave here, some people say, he's not on the payroll of
I've said that you sound like you were sent by the governor.
No, but for me as a person, I'm not looking at the projects he's running. They are good enough. Then when we start looking at the analysis of what it took and all that, that is a different issue. But when it now comes to the issue of defection, I will not be surprised if it defects. And if it defects, I know that it might not just be that he would like to defect, that he had wanted to defect as an ordinary person, but because of the fact that even his political party is almost in a state of moribund, and some individuals I wouldn't want to mention, not out of fear, but because I'm not here to discuss them, are already guiding the party. So he may have the tendency of running to the APC. And let me tell you one other thing. You know that what the presidency is doing is more of killing oppositions. They are gradually strangulating all the opposition parties. And when they end up strangulating opposition, what are they doing? To ensure that there is no opposing force.
And that's a danger. That's a danger for the nation.
It's a very dangerous thing for politics. In fact, what they are doing is it's not what I can describe. We only want the person.
Comrade, as a trade unionist, let's assess the performance of this president via his numerous travels, his numerous trips out of the country. In fact, the opposition has said that he's the most traveled president in the history of Nigeria since 1999, the return to democracy. According to them, since the 26 months that he's been in office, he has left the country for 40 times, about 180 times.
Let me tell you, you know, Buhari set a record in terms of being a diaspora president. But Tinubu broke the record within a short period. That is just it. Even as we talk, if you hear that he's back to Nigeria tomorrow, the next, in fact, we have gotten to a point where we are now used to the president being out of the country. If you talk about his performance, we cannot hold any particular thing. In terms of security, we cannot say that the president has improved the security system in Nigeria. If we talk about our economy, after removing fuel subsidy, remember that when the president removed subsidy, he made us to believe that it was a move towards restoring our economic system. Today, we are still borrowing. You saw what happened when they went for this program where Japan invited African nations. And Japan was promising, I think, about 5.5 billion US dollars loan or whatever. And after that, you come back to, by the time he comes back, you see them preparing for another loan. Nigeria has borrowed even more than before, even after removing fuel subsidy. We've not seen drastic change in education. We've not seen drastic change in security. We've not seen drastic change in health or any other strategic system in Nigeria. Even the electoral process in Nigeria has been eroded completely. When they brought beavers, some people thought that Daniel has come to judgment. But look at the situation we are facing. In fact, as you are here, can you tell me that you have any atom of confidence on the electoral empire? Knowing fully well that even as oppositions or parties are coming together trying to know what to do, have they talked about the processes? Because you may just be preparing on how to ensure that you win election. Is it not when election holds? By the time you are busy mobilizing people and they are busy announcing results, what will not be the outcome? So the way the president is going, if we depend on his performance, he shouldn't even talk about 2027. We don't seem to have a blueprint of what the government is doing and what the government intends to do. What we see is that whatever comes up becomes a project for government. So can we really say that these are the things we have seen improve? Even when we know quite well that the removal of fuel subsidy preserves a lot of money for government to do certain projects. And can we see it happen? A lot of projects they do these days are just sharing of money. Either they are substandard or not even done. They are done on paper. And let me tell you, let me open one part. It was because of these people that we are doing what it doesn't obtain anywhere in the world. It's only in Nigeria that we have our currency running in different notes. When you bring 1,000, you have 2 different notes of 1,000. You bring 500, you have 2 different notes of 500. 200 naira, the same thing. Where is it done that you come to a particular country, bring the denomination of their currency and see it in different forms, and they are both genuine legal tender? So that tells you the level of aberration we already have. So his government will always be remembered as a government that launched us into running different notes of our currency at the same time, and they are both genuine. You can't go to US and see US dollar, maybe 100 US dollar. You see it in different forms. One,
comrade, as a unionist, as a trade union leader, have you raised that concern?
Of course, we have. Even you remember that when this government came in, we started having multiple issues with them, starting from fuel subsidy removal. In fact, from Eagle Square, when the president was sworn in, he drew a battle line by the pronouncement he made. You remember that even NLC chairman, president rather, was beaten up. We've had issues where they even, you see, the decay we have is such that some people will open their mouth and blame the delegates. We are not running the country. We are only a pressure group. And there is a limit to what we can do if everybody chooses to do the wrong thing. When it's time for election, people will cast votes based on tribe. They will cast votes based on religion. They will collect one useless bag of small sachets of rice, thinking that will sustain them. And a wrapper that doesn't last up to 6 months and it will turn brown. They will collect all those things and vote whoever and protect illegality in elections. And come back to talk to us. Labour, you are not doing this one. How can you bring the lizard and tell us to train it to become crocodile? It's not possible.
All right, comrade. At this time, let's look at the coalition. Given the recent shifts, the rebirth of PDP, the alliances, how do you see the impact of these alliances? How do you think it will impact 2027 election?
You know why I'm afraid?
No.
The way and manner, the body language of the presidency and those in power, if I may say, does not suggest that they will allow free and fair election. And once you fail to allow free and fair election, every other thing becomes an issue. We'll start having issues. And let me also tell you one dangerous thing about the coalition. Coalition would have been fantastic. By the way, what gave birth to APC was coming together. Whether you call it coalition or alliance or any name you give to it, it is still the same coming together. And different political parties that formed APC, and that made them to gather enough force to defeat Jonathan. But I can tell you that APC learned from what happens to Jonathan PDP, Jonathan's period. They learned from it and how to block every loophole that will allow it to happen to them, whether by crook or hook.
In other words, comrade, you don't see the coalition as a viable vehicle.
Do you know why I don't? Because there are some people that are already pushing for their usual selfish interest. Some people believe they must become the president of this country at all costs.
You're already seeing crack in the coalition?
That is my fear. Because when those people that are now jumping and singing the songs of coalition, by the time they finish singing the song, if some of them, if they are not picked, they will run to another party. Do they have that cohesive force that will hold them together, even if maybe the person you didn't expect or need this? I think I wouldn't want to mention him. Yes, but do you think that somebody like Atiku Abubakar would wait for anybody to collect the ticket? He's fighting to collect it. And if he collects it, some other people will not be ready to work with him. And that will be the end.
Comrade, now that you've mentioned Atiku Abubakar, let me postulate a bit. Let's paint a picture where Atiku Abubakar is on the ballot. And then, with the rebirth, in quotes, of the PDP, and like we've heard recently in numerous newspaper headlines, that PDP wants the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, to be their flag bearer. Then, there is a P2B of the Labour Party. Do you think there is a pathway for Bola Ahmed Tinubu to still win in 2027?
In the first place, to unseat somebody like Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you don't need disintegrated forces. Disintegrated forces cannot remove him. It can only be possible if, one, you look at the whole system and bring out a person that people, at least the majority of the people, believe in.
Comrade.
That is wrong.
Comrade, let me hold your thoughts.
Jonathan,
Comrade, hold your thoughts. Let's look at Atiku that commands the Muslim North. A P2B that is in charge of the Southeast. A Goodluck Jonathan from the South. And, of course, we expect the president to win the Southwest. Do you still see a pathway for him in 2027? Via what you describe as a discordant opposition.
All right. In the first place, how did he emerge? In the previous election, you just want me to bring out the man behind the masquerade. But how did he emerge?
This is insight.
So
in insight, we were straight.
So why I say why I ask this question is this: if the president could emerge, even when he wasn't the president, if he could influence so many things and pull the trigger to the extent of turning so many things around. Remember that before the 2022 election, we thought that for somebody to emerge as the president of this country, you must have certain percentage of votes from Abuja. Because as the president of Nigeria, you're also the governor of Abuja. But all those things, the judiciary they told us that, because you know the law is like two faces of a coin. You can turn it this way and interpret it, turn it the other way and interpret. and the interpretation may not be the same, yet it's the same law.
All right.
So what I'm trying to say in effect is that you have calculated based on these factors, but there is a big factor that we haven't considered,
which is
the role of Aneke in the election and the influence of the presidency. We don't even have anything independence. The independence of Aneke is existing on paper.
The independence of Aneke.
Yes, it's existing on paper, because if you look at the situation, they say that he that pays the piper dictates the tune. It is still,
in other words, comrade, you're not seeing a free and fair election in 2023.
That is my fear, because we expected free and fair election in 2023. When it became very clear that some people were not going to have their way, you know what happened. Who told you that 2027 will not be different? The same person in question who could do it to that extent when he wasn't the president is now the sitting president. So I'm not saying that it's not possible to put him aside. It is. But for them to be able to do it, they must remove selfishness. And that is one thing I don't see happening. If I were Jonathan, good luck Jonathan, I would respect myself. I'm sorry to say this. In fact, he has better honor for what he did in 2015. And if he wants to sink the honor, let him say he's contesting under PDP. Some of them want to bring him and mock him again. And by the time they rubbish him, the glory he has already will be gone. And he may not regain it again.
All right, come on, let's
so he had the opportunity to fix Nigeria. He did what he was able to do. Let him just be a very serious statement that he is. And put it at that point. Coming out to contest election again. And then I don't see it becoming a reality. Him coming back. Does he think that Nigeria is like US, where Trump finished the term, lost, somebody was there again, and he came in as an opposition and still won? It's possible, but it doesn't come that easy. Especially when it wasn't everybody that clapped for Jonathan. And let me tell you, the way the country is, Jonathan may not have much to change if he comes in. Yes, you may think that if he comes in, he will do this one and do that. He may not. So I believe quite well that even the confusion in PDP may not allow, in fact, there may be an automatic effect. The automatic effect may be that it's PDP inside, within PDP that will destroy him if he comes out. Because one thing we have to understand is that nobody is even talking about political parties. We now look at so many other things beyond political parties.
Such as
the individual.
All right,
if you look at what happened in the previous election, somebody like Peter Obi, who was underrated and the party was said not to have any structure, became a major contender.
All right, come on, now that you've mentioned Peter Obi's supporters see him as a viable alternative to the current administration. How do you respond to critics who say he's not ready for the presidency?
Yes, he may not be ready for the presidency for certain reasons, according to their own feelings. Some of them believe that for you to be ready for presidency, you must negotiate it with them. They are the people to tell you the conditions. That may be the reason they feel he's not ready for presidency. Some of them may believe that whoever they say is not going to be president can never be president. That is because the system doesn't work properly. If we have a proper electoral system, nobody will say that, because you know that whoever the people will be there. So as for Peter Obi, yes, he's a human being. He may have his own shortcomings. The critics there, they are doing their own business. You know, there are people in politics whose business is to run down whoever comes in. If you come in as an opposition, they will go and download your data, exaggerate it. They will just amplify one weakness and make it bolder than anything. Add so many condiments to it.
All right,
and make it look
good. We're out of time. But before I let you go, one word. Do you think this is the right time to increase the salary of political office holders? In one word.
It's an insult on Nigerian people. It's an insult on the masses. If you can think of adding to their own. We heard when they were arguing that the president's salary is 1.5 million naira. Is that all? Well, then let's talk about wardrobe allowance. Let's talk about security votes. Let's talk about every other thing that is attached to the presidency.
I'm sorry, Comrade, we're out of time. This is where we draw the curtain on the insight today. You've heard from an expert analyst, a man who is involved in shaping these policies, an opinion leader, a labor leader, Comrade Ben Asogwa. He is the Enugu State Chairman of Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, TUC. Comrade, it's been wonderful speaking to you.
It's a pleasure. Thank you very much.
At this point, to you viewers who's been with us, remember, your voice matters. So let us know how you feel about these issues, or the issues that you think we should raise on the insight. Remember, this is a program where we x-ray the habits of politics, the issues that shape our nation. Reach us with the hashtag The Insight on our social media handles at Aneke TV on Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, and YouTube. Thank you. Until come your way again, same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Aneke TV, the heartbeat of culture, truth, and innovation. From breaking news to inspiring documentaries, from grassroots traditions, mysteries of life to global perspectives, we'll tell your stories. We amplify your voice and your vision. With every screen we light up, we connect, inform, and empower. It's more than a television. This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
God. God is not far. He is in the stillness after the chaos, in the laughter of children, in the stranger who smiled at you for no reason. He is not confined to buildings or books. He walks with us in dust and rain, in heartbreak and healing. He is the answer before we even speak. To seek God is to seek love, and to find God, truly find Him, is to love deeper, live fuller, and give without counting.
na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị na eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị na urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị na ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị maka ka onye si eme ka ekwe si akpụ ya ka onye si eme ka ọja si akpụ ya ihe a bụ Aneke TV.
Bishop, Pope.
God. God is not far. He is in the stillness after the chaos, in the laughter of children, in the stranger who smiled at you for no reason. He is not confined to buildings or books. He walks with us in dust and rain, in heartbreak and healing. He is the answer before we even speak. To seek God is to seek love, and to find God, truly find Him, is to love deeper, live fuller, and give without counting.
na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị na eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị na urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị na ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị maka ka onye si eme ka ekwe si akpụ ya ka onye si eme ka ọja si akpụ ya ihe a bụ Aneke TV.
Good afternoon and welcome to the news across the country on Aneke TV. First, the headlines. Strike looms as ASU holds protest over unmet demands. Enugu government launches youth policy. Police arrest 2 suspected car thieves, recover 3 vehicles in Kano. Now the news in details. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, University of Nigeria Nsukka, UNN branch, says members are ready to join the impending nationwide indefinite strike if the federal government fails to meet demands. Comrade Oyibo Eze, the chairman of ASU UNN, said this while briefing newsmen in Nsukka shortly after the union's congress, followed by protest rally by members. Comrade Eze said Nigerians should hold government responsible in any case of any nationwide indefinite strike by ASU as government had failed to do the needful. The chairman said that the protest was compliance with the directive of national leadership on branches of the union to carry out protest rally so as to appeal to government to do the needful. He said that ASU National Executive Council (NEC) would meet on September 2nd after meeting with the federal government on August 28 to determine the next line of action. The protesters marched through some major roads in UNN and ended at the administrative building of the university. Also, members of Academic Staff Union of Universities (ASU), Enugu State University of Science and Technology (ESUT) branch have joined their counterparts in the country in a peaceful protest to demand for better welfare and working conditions for lecturers. Aneke TV correspondent Chidima Ikemede, who monitored the exercise, reports that the lecturers marched around the university premises carrying placards and chanting solidarity songs.
Members of the Academic Staff Union of Universities (ASU), Enugu State University of Science and Technology (ESUT) branch have joined their counterpart in the country in a peaceful protest to demand for better welfare and working conditions for lecturers. During the protest, lecturers marched around the university premises carrying placards and chanting solidarity songs.
Solidarity forever! Solidarity forever!
The acting chairman of ASU, ESUT branch, Comrade Andrew Ape, who led the protest, said the decision to demonstrate was taken after the government failed to address critical welfare and funding issues affecting staff and the quality of education. Comrade Ape said the move was part of the union's effort to pressure the government to addressing its long-standing demands. He stated that the rally was the union's first decisive response to the government's continued inaction, warning that the protests signal what lies ahead if concerns remained unaddressed.
This rally today was necessitated by the need for us to look into the agreement we had with federal government since 2009. And since that time till now, there has never been any serious outcome from that agreement. The federal government is not satisfying its own part of that agreement. ASU has been so calm and following up with them quietly until this period now, 2 years after, no serious effort from federal government. And ASU is now saying what is happening. And the same federal government now is calling us, telling us they want to give us loan. If you have money that you want to give loan, why not pay us our money?
The protest adds to growing concerns about funding and governance of tertiary institutions in Enugu State and across Nigeria, where ASU chapters have repeatedly clashed with. The protest adds to growing concerns about funding and governance of tertiary institutions in Enugu State and across Nigeria, where ASU chapters have repeatedly clashed with authorities over unmet agreements, poor infrastructure, and delayed staff entitlements. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV.
On ASU, the Academic Staff Union of Universities, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka chapter, yesterday joined the nationwide protest of the union, lamenting that lecturers have been on the same salary scale for 16 years, despite worsening economic realities. The protesting lecturers, led by the branch chairman Innocent Nubia, blocked part of the Enugu-Awka-Onitsha Expressway and marched across the university campus carrying placards with inscriptions such as "End Poverty Salary Now," "Federal Government Stop Deceiving Us," and "We Don't Want Loan, Pay Us Our Money." Comrade Nubia said the federal government has failed to implement the renegotiated 2009 agreement, which was due for renewal in 2012, describing the situation as a show of shame. Away from that, the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has intercepted and seized 2,318 tons of cannabis in separate operations in Kwara State within 1 week. The state commander of the agency, Fatima Popola, announced this during a news conference in Ilorin, the state capital. According to her, the seizures were made during raids along the Offa and Omoaran axis. 4 suspects were arrested after concealing the drugs in canter trucks and sacks of sawdust to evade detection. Also, the Delta State Police Command says it arrested officers who appeared in a viral video counting bundles of cash inside a patrol van marked Area Command Asaba. The video, which circulated on social media, showed the officers handling the money from their parked vehicle, raising widespread suspicion that the cash could have been proceeds of extortion. Reacting to the development, the police public relations officer for the command, Bright Edafe, confirmed in a post on X, formerly Twitter, that the officers had been tracked and taken into custody. According to him, the command wasted no time in summoning the personnel before the Commissioner of Police after the video came to its attention. If you're just joining us, this is news across the country on Aneke TV. Remember, you can follow us on all our social media feeds on Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok, and on YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick look at major developments in the news. Strike looms as ASU holds protest over unmet demands. Then coming up shortly, Enugu government launches youth policy. Police arrest 2 suspected car thieves, recover 3 vehicles in Kano. The news returns after the break. We continue with the rest of the stories. Enugu State Government has launched a comprehensive youth policy designed to place young people at the center of the state's development process and creating an enabling environment for their growth and empowerment. This is the first time the state will have a dedicated policy for youth development. Aneke TV correspondent Chidima Ikemede reports that the 58-page policy document is aimed at harnessing the potential of young people as critical drivers of sustainable development.
Enugu State Government recently launched a comprehensive youth policy designed to place young people at the center of the state's development process and creating an enabling environment for their growth and empowerment. This is the first time the state will have a dedicated policy for youth development. The 58-page policy document is aimed at harnessing the potential of young people as critical drivers of sustainable development. Unveiling the policy at the International Conference Center, ICC Enugu, Governor Peter Mba, who was represented by the Commissioner for Youth and Sports, Mr. Lloyd Ekweremadu, described young people in the state as the heartbeat of Enugu State.
The youth are the heartbeat of Enugu State. They constitute the energy, creativity, and vision that drive our development. Yet, for too long, their potential has been underutilized. This youth policy is our bold response to that challenge. It is a roadmap that captures the aspirations of our young people and aligns them with the development agenda of our dear state.
Governor Mba said that Enugu Youth Policy is the outcome of rigorous consultations, robust engagements, and collaborative efforts. In his goodwill message, the Executive Director, South Saharan Social Development Organization, Dr. Stanley Lechuku, said the organization believes that young people are not just leaders of tomorrow, they are the strength of today. And that was why they gave their support when the process of developing the policy began.
We believe that the young people are not just leaders of tomorrow, they're the strengths of today. And that is why when we began this process with Action Aid, we were glad to stand behind it.
For his part, the country director, of Action Aid Nigeria, Andrew Mamedi, said Action Aid Nigeria has remained steadfast in their mission to working with people living in poverty and exclusion, with a strong focus on advancing the rights and aspirations of young people, women, and the marginalized, represented by the head of program Action Aid Nigeria, Celestine Odo. The country director said Enugu Youth Policy, fully supported by Action Aid Nigeria, is a testament to what can be achieved through collaboration between government, civil society, and young people themselves.
The Enugu State Youth Policy, fully supported by Action Aid Nigeria, is a testament to what can be achieved through collaboration between government, civil society, and young people themselves. It provides a framework that prioritizes young youth development, empowerment, participation in governance, education, employment, climate actions, entrepreneurship, social justice.
Mr. Wilfred Emeko KK, who is the consultant Enugu State Youth Policy, emphasized that and their valuable assets while stating its visions and objectives to develop strategies to better the life of the youths.
Enugu State recognizes the important and perhaps indispensable role of its youth in promoting sustainable development and addressing socio-economic challenges.
The event was witnessed by youths from different parts of the state, cutting across various sectors, ministries, departments, agencies, education, health, and agriculture. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV.
Now over to politics. The Anambra State House of Assembly has suspended the member representing Ayemelum constituency, Mr. Bernard Udemezwe, for 3 months. Mr. Udemezwe was suspended over a message and content he shared on social media, which the House described as damaging content. The lawmaker, elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has shared on his social media handles, alleging that his constituency, Ayemelum, is marginalized in the area of constituency allowance. Now over to business news. President Bola Tinubu yesterday praised the remarkable growth of Nigeria's capital markets under his administration. This is as he credited investors' confidence in his economic reforms for the surge in activity of the Nigerian exchange. He disclosed this while receiving the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Dr. Emomotimi Agama, and the Board of Directors of the Nigerian Exchange Group in Brazil during his state visit. The president said the expansion of market capitalization and trading volumes reflected the strength of his policies. The State House confirmed the meeting in a statement signed by President Advisor Mr. Bayo Onanuga and posted on X this morning. He reaffirmed his commitment to supporting the markets, pledging additional reforms to elevate Nigeria's financial ecosystem in line with the renewed hope agenda. In the meantime, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has assured that swift action and support will follow yesterday's derailment of Abuja-Kaduna-bound train. The president spoke after receiving continuous updates on the incident while on a state visit to Brazil. In a message posted on his verified X handle @officialabat, the president said he was deeply saddened by the development and expressed his sympathy to passengers affected. The president noted that he was awaiting a full briefing on the derailment to ensure prompt measures are taken both to support victims and to strengthen the nation's railway operations. The derailment, which disrupted one of the Nigeria's busiest passenger rail routes, has again put the spotlight on railway safety and infrastructure. Also, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved a temporary suspension on the export of unprocessed shea nuts. The announcement was made by the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Mr. Abubakar Kyari, who confirmed that the directive takes immediate effect. Mr. Kyari explained that the decision is aimed at encouraging value addition through local processing, strengthening the agro-industrial sector, and ensuring Nigerian benefits more from its agricultural resources. He further noted that the policy is in line with the regional trends across West Africa, where countries such as Ghana and Burkina Faso have adopted similar restrictions to stimulate domestic industries, create jobs, and maximize foreign exchange earnings from processed share products. Still talking business, the Naira yesterday depreciated to 1,550 Naira per dollar in the parallel market from 1,540 Naira per dollar on Monday. Similarly, the Naira depreciated to 1,537 Naira per dollar in Nigerian Foreign Exchange Market, NFEM. Data published by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, showed that the exchange rate for the Naira rose to 1,537 Naira per dollar from 1,536.99 Naira per dollar on Monday, indicating 1 kobo depreciation for the Naira. Consequently, the margin between the parallel markets and NFEM rate widened to 13 Naira per dollar from 3.01 Naira per dollar on Monday. The federal government has been urged to adopt satellite-based water quality monitoring systems to safeguard Nigerians' critical lakes from worsening environmental degradation. A Nigerian geospatial researcher at the State University of New York College of Environmental Science and Forestry, Eniola Onatayo, made the call in a statement warning that millions of Nigerians who depend on lakes for drinking water, fishing and farming face growing health and economic risk without systematic surveillance. She stated that this is dangerous in a country where 66 million people still lack access to safe drinking water, and waterborne diseases continue to claim thousands of lives annually. Onatayo, whose groundbreaking research in New York's Finger Lakes region developed machine learning models to detect harmful algal blooms and track water clarity from space, has already tested her methods on Nigerian lakes. Now moving over to sports. Morocco reached the final of the Total Energy African Nations Championship CHAN 2024 last night after overcoming holders Senegal 5-3 on penalties following a tense 1-1 draw after extra time at the Nelson Mandela National Stadium. The Atlas Lions, who won the tournament in 2018 and 2020, will now face Madagascar in Saturday's final in Nairobi after island nation beat Sudan earlier in the day. The defending champions struck first through Joseph Layous, who rose highest in the 16th minute to head home from Libas Guayes' corner. But Morocco hit back just 7 minutes later. Sabiel Bogreen unleashed a thunderous right-footed strike from outside the box that flew into the top corner, leveling the match at 1-1 and swinging momentum back to the two-time champions. Now over to entertainment. Pop superstar Taylor Swift and NFL star Travis Kelce are officially engaged. The couple shared the news on Instagram with multiple photos of Kelce down on one knee in a lush garden, captioning the post, "Your English teacher and your gym teacher are getting married." Swift and Kelce went public with their relationship in late 2023, appearing together at NFL games, award shows, and other high-profile events. Also on entertainment, a former Big Brother Niger housemate Natasha Anita Akide, popularly known as Tasha, has once again expressed confidence that she would have won the Season 4 edition of the reality TV show Pepe Dem if she hadn't been disqualified. Speaking during a recent appearance on the Hot Takes podcast by Pulse, Tasha reflected on her time in the house, emphasizing how often she was nominated for eviction yet managed to survive each time. When asked if she thinks she would have won the show if she wasn't disqualified few days to the end of the show, Tasha boldly stated that she knew the prize cash was for no one except her. To end the news across the country, here are the main points. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka chapter, yesterday joined the nationwide protest of the union, lamenting that lecturers have been on the same salary scale for 16 years, despite worsening economic realities. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (NDLEA) has intercepted and seized 2,318 tons of cannabis in separate operations in Kwara State within 1 week. We also told you that the Naira yesterday depreciated to 1,550 Naira per dollar in the parallel market from 1,540 Naira per dollar on Monday. That ends the news. For breaking news, eyewitness report, please call 070-3043-7110 or visit our social media handles on Facebook, Instagram, X, YouTube, TikTok, all at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Mwakoba. Thank you for joining us.
God. God is not far. He is in the stillness after the chaos, in the laughter of children, in the stranger who smiled at you for no reason. He is not confined to buildings or books. He walks with us in dust and rain, in heartbreak and healing. He is the answer before we even speak. To seek God is to seek love, and to find God, truly find Him, is to love deeper, live fuller, and give without counting.
na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị na eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị na urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị na ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị ọka ka onye si eme ka ekwesị akpụ ya ka onye si eme ka ọja si akpụ ya. Ihe a bụ Aneke TV.
From breaking news to inspiring documentaries, from grassroots traditions, mysteries of life to global perspectives, we'll tell your stories. We amplify your voice and your vision. With every screen we light up, We connect, inform and empower. It's more than a television. This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Yes, dear viewer, many thanks to you for having joined us on your favorite program, The Arena, on Aneke TV. My name is Chris Anibuogo. Thank you for having joined us today. Yes, of course, what we shall be looking at on the program today is all about the threat of yet another strike action by the Academic Staff Union of Universities across Nigeria. And today we have joining us to talk to us about the issues and matters arising from this imminent strike action by ASU. The acting chairperson of ASU at the Enugu State University of Science and Technology, ESUT Enugu, Dr. Andrew Ape. It's a pleasure to have you join us.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
You're welcome to Aneke TV.
Okay.
All right, so dear viewer, it's no longer news that Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has threatened to embark on strike over the federal government's failure to implement agreements and resolve ongoing issues in Nigeria's university system. Speaking at a press conference yesterday at the University of Jos, the ASU president, Professor Christopher Piwuna, said the union had been pushed to the wall after over 2 years of patience without results. I wouldn't know, Dr. Andrew Ape, what is really going on? Are we going back to the days of strike again in our universities?
Okay, thank you very much. As it may please anybody that wishes to know that for some times now, a whole lot of issues have been going on, and just recently, in the just last concluded NEC, ASU had at Sokoto, that's Udus, Usman Danfodion University, Sokoto. The NEC meeting was the NEC meeting held between 15th to 18th of this month, August. And in that meeting, a whole lot of issues were looked at. And among them, we looked into the 2009 agreement that federal government had with ASU. And found out that for so long, since that agreement was taken, till this moment, how many years now, and that agreement has not been honored. And not even that, the Yayale committee have been looking into that, and so far it is assumed as if to say this committee is not serious with ASU. They don't always come up with a cogent reason or solutions to all those agreements. Imagine an agreement that was reached since 2009. Now is 2025, and we're still talking about same agreement. Fulfill your own part of this agreement, and that is what ASU is still looking at. And see that till this moment, federal government has just been playing ASU again. What are these issues in that? We talk about a sustainable funding of our university.
I'm going to ask you that question so that we'll take a visit. It's everywhere, ASU's demands, but we will need to revisit them. But before we revisit these issues by ASU, I just want to know, is it fair enough that this government is just barely 2 years in office? The agreement was entered into with a previous government, 2009. Is it fair enough that just 2 years in office by this government, and then ASU is kicking again?
I don't think that 2 years is small for any government that want to come into action, and come up with something very cogent and reasonable enough. Government, they say, is a continue, and I know also that this is APC that brought in this leadership that is in the country today. And the previous government was also brought in by the same APC. And again, apart from the party side, this government, every government is a continue. You come in, you inherit liability and assets. And what we are looking at is a way to ensure that if education sector is positive, is progressing. Every other sector in the universe progresses. And you just look at it that even recently now, without jumping into a certain issue, if this federal government is talking about giving the academic staff loan, you owe somebody, you have not paid, and we are talking about giving that person loan. Who is playing who, and why do we want to just take education for mockery in this society? If you are owing and you have the money, you should come clean and pay what you are owing first before talking about giving loan. Okay. And again, you even check itself. In the last concluded budget, where in the budget did you see anything about giving the university staff loan? If there was nothing like that, which means they are trying to go into the third fund money. If they should use third fund money in loaning the academic staff, what happened to research grants that the third fund is established for? Which means our research sector will now be lacking. And this is what we don't want, because it is an indirect way of killing education in this system. And we have been saying it, and if you check every other sector, and you now see that this person have been trying, and even recently we heard how this government tried to review their own salary and review all these other wages that comes to them. But for 16 years, university lecturers have been there without any review in our salary. Okay, Doc. And we've not even talked about end academic allowance.
Okay, let's now quickly take a look at those demands of ASUU. Let's revisit them again, because it's obvious it's over 2 decades now. Am I right? Since 2009 till now. So let's revisit those issues, those conditions, those demands by ASUU, just to refresh, our memories again. Okay, looking at those demands, first we are talking about the renegotiation of the 2009 ASUU federal government agreement. Then we need the second one. We're talking about this sustainable funding of our university, because if you look at it, this university without proper funding, you cannot have a proper university that will graduate reliable graduates. And these graduates are the people that will go into various fields, various areas to work. If you don't fund them, if you don't give sustainable funding, that university autonomy, and help us to just thrive in the research, community service, and teaching, how do you even make up for this other sector that depend on this university? If you check it, you see, security cannot thrive if we don't have quality education. Because it is when you have quality education, you produce those persons that will fit into that other sector. And we have been talking, and it seems as if to say this government is not listening to us. If you check now, you see that even this issue about sustainable funding that the government is careless about, they are establishing new universities. And these new universities, and we say, as ASUU, let us fund properly the institution that has been established. Put a stop into that. ASUU gave a credit to federal governments for putting a stop into all this private establishment of more private university. But we're saying extend it also to government owned, and ensure sustainability of the one created already. When you are able to do that, you can talk of maybe next 10 years to come, you can talk of another one. Then the next one again is revitalization of universities and the victimization of some of our colleagues, like the LASU, the KSU, Kogi State University. You remember? Is that case still on? Is it still it's still on? It's still on. Till now, as I'm talking to you, what happened during the former governor of Kogi State is still lingering, that our members in that university they remain sacked till this moment. What did they? What is their crime?
What is their crime that till this moment these people are still playing politics on people's future, on people's career, and they remain like that? And that's what he's saying. Recall these persons so that they go back and continue with their work, the community service, and also the teaching aspects. And we don't see any reason why these people should not be recalled. Then also look at it again and also talk about the outstanding 25% and the 35%. You know, this is the angle where many persons are talking that, yes, if you should review this salary to this 25-35%, then the teaching staff could properly weigh alongside with other nation and be able to impact quality knowledge, be able to bring in quality research that will help every other sector in the society to thrive. And nobody is looking at this. Nobody is talking about it. Then what is wrong in this? Why can't they go? A university professor will not be bold enough to stand and meet up and transport himself from this Enugu town to the mother campus. You see all around, you see our university professor sharing motorbike, jumping buses with our students because they cannot afford to fuel their car. Every other thing has been inflated. The removal of fuel subsidy affected a whole lot of things, and this did not see any reflection in our salary increment. And this is what we are talking about. Reflect this, the 25%, 35% increment, so that we will be able to meet up in the society of today where everything has risen to a greater height. You know about electricity tariff. How many lecturers can pay their bill? We cannot. You know about a whole lot of taxes everywhere now. How many can pay their bill? Because those reality of the society are not being reflected in our salary because they refuse to review. Then what's the essence of removing the subsidy if we cannot see it in our salary? We need to see all of this to review our salary and let this 25-35% increment be reflected. Then the promotion arrears of our members for over 4 years. When you promote staff, academic staff, let it reflect in the arrears. If you promote somebody and the promotion took effect from maybe last year, October, you have to pay the person the arrears because the person has been rendering the service. And this we don't see. It's not like ASU is demanding for something so new or strange. ASU is demanding for what is due and the proper thing that is required. Again, we talk about third-party deduction. Okay. What do we mean by third-party deduction? Like the check-up dues. This is money you deducted from people's salary. What is so difficult? You deduct money from my salary, the little you agree to pay. You deduct money for what purpose? For a particular purpose, maybe cooperative, okay, or maybe ASU check-off, okay, and you refuse to pay. That thing is criminal in this sense.
And the government is responsible for it.
That is it. So that is what we are asking for. Third-party deduction, when you deduct money for a particular purpose, push it for that purpose where you deducted it. Then areas where they refuse to remit to the original purpose where the money or the reason why the money was deducted, as we saying, channel the money for the particular purpose where the money was deducted. That is the thing we're talking about, third-party deduction. Okay. Our own salary. Then you are to deduct this and pay to cooperative for people that took certain loan from the cooperative societies. Then you have to pay the money to that. And that is the essence of that third-party deduction. These are the 7 points that ASU is talking about. And all of these things revolves around welfare, the staff welfare, and the standard of our Nigerian universities.
Are you saying that these 7 points, that since 2009, that agreement was entered into with the union, the government has not fulfilled even 1 or 2 points out of the 7?
You see, when this present government came into power, a whole lot of discussions have been on the table, and ASU has just been managing to see that when anything like strike happen, nobody will now say ASU has not been patient. If you check it, ASU has not gone on strike for 2 years now. And it's not like it has been Uhuru. No, it's only that ASU just gave listening ear and try to be patient with the government, because like you earlier said, they just came in. Then ASU now took it quietly with them, waiting and trying to see the extent they could go in ensuring quality university education. And since then, it has just been kind of gimmick, trick, just playing with ASU. Sometimes, since the last meeting that ASU had with the committee, nothing was called about it. They did not say any other thing until when we were about to have our next meeting. 2 days to the meeting, they called a meeting. And they came up to just do one kind kangaroo thing and all of that. Which means they're just playing on people's psyche. Okay. Then from there, before the committee, before the next meeting, we started hearing about this tertiary institution.
Now let's talk about this tertiary institution. What do they call it? Support fund.
The institution staff support fund
for staff. What is it all about? Is it just a loan scheme, or is it more of a grant for the academic staff now? And why is ASU kicking against it?
They called it a loan. And like I tell you, it looks funny if you just look at what is happening. Like in one discussion I had with somebody, you say, so our federal government want to make both father and children loan.
Okay, talking about the student.
They gave our children loan, and now they want to give us loan. So they just want all of us, both the whole family, to be engulfed with these loan things. What does it mean? You want to enslave us? What do we do with loan? Why give us loan when you have not met up with the quality salary benefit we're talking about? Do well with our salary, do well with our welfare package, and we don't need this loan. Why do we need loan for? Why do we even encourage such kind of thing? And if you even see it, most of our members will think that they hear 10 million and people will just fidgeting and want to just rush into it without looking at it, because it is a way of perpetual enslavement. And if you see,
are you people not looking at the terms and conditions around this loan scheme for?
That is where I was coming at. If you look at the terms and conditions of that loan, they talk about you must have to take a certain for your gross income, the gross income, and the 35% removal. That is, first of all, they have this 33.3% of the maximum loan, which you will just reflect in your salary. If you check that, the gross income of every university now, a senior lecturer, what is your annual income? Gross, you now check it. How many persons will reach up to 30 million? And if you check the gross of that person's salary before they could give that person that 10 million, you see nobody will be able to reach up to that 10 million.
So you see,
and you see that at the end, a senior lecturer will be receiving something like 2 point something million, not that 10, but they just carve it that 10, and you just. But if you check it and follow it properly, you will see that it is rare for some persons in some university to reach up to that 10 million. You will be TFIS 2 point something, 2 point something million, and all of that. By your gross income.
For you, the academic staff union of university, you're seeing this offer of support fund from federal government as Robin Hood to pay for, right?
The loan in itself, I don't see the essence of that loan. First of all,
and
what we are calling for is standard. Just review our salary, pay us what you are owing us. If you are genuine and you really have that money to give loan, why can't you just ensure that the salary scheme is okay and fantastic? Why do we want to go to that aspect of loan when the right thing has not been done?
All right.
What is difficult in review our salary and ensure we have good salary scheme, just like every other person in other nation?
All right, Dr. Andrew, our time is up. We need to go now. We just brought you here. Let's hear from your side on what actually is going on between you and the federal government. We understand that you'll be having a meeting on the 28th of August, which is just a few days from now. So at the end of the meeting, we'd like to have you return so that we know the outcome and ASU's position, if the strike threat will still be a reality or not, at the end of your meeting on the 28th.
Okay, that will be fine. Our meeting, 28th meeting will be fantastic because we've been so patient with these governments, and we believe that we are in for the best. And we are not going to do anything that will bring the nation to a halt. It is something that will make the nation to keep progressing in the right direction.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andrew Ape, the ASU chairperson of ESUT Enugu, for coming to talk to us on the impending, strike threat by ASU across Nigeria. The best any society can bequeath to its citizens, especially the future generation, is education. So both government and the governed must put hands together to see that our education sector does not suffer. My name is Chris Anibogo. Bye for now.
Enugu is one of the 36 states of the Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boosts its uniqueness. Igbo is widely spoken in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coast State because of its large deposit of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century when the British discovered coal in the Ude Hill in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigeria railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, arts, and tradition, location, and geography. Enugu is situated in the southern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue State at the north, Ebonyi State at the east, Abia State and Imo State at the south, and Anambra and Kogi State at the west, covering approximately 7,161 square kilometers. Enugu is characterized by undulating hills, forests, rivers, and fertile soil, making it suitable for farming. The state experiences significant rainfall with an average annual precipitation of around 2,100 millimeters and temperature averaging 28 degrees centigrade. People and language. The people of Enugu State are predominantly Igbo, one of the largest ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Igbo language is a fundamental part of their culture and identity, with many dialects spoken across the state. Language plays a vital role in the shaping and culture and identity of the Igbo people. Culture and tradition. Enugu is rich in culture and traditional practices, one of which is the New Yam Festival, Iriji, a traditional celebration that marks the beginning of the harvest season. Another significant cultural event is the Masquerade Festival, Mmanwu, a colorful display of traditional dances, songs, and drumming. During this festival, different communities come together to showcase their masquerades, each with its unique characteristics and cultural significance. Enugu State is also known for its traditional arts, including wood carving, pottery, weaving, and music. Enugu's cultural traditions help to promote community cohesion, social bond, and cultural identity. Efforts are being made to document and promote this tradition, ensuring their continuation for future generations. Economy. In the past, Enugu's economy was largely driven by coal mining. During the colonial era, Enugu was one of Nigeria's major industrial and economic centers. Today, Enugu's economy has become more diversified with some key sectors which includes agriculture, trades and markets, education and government, tourist centers. Enugu State is an important part of Nigeria, known for its cultural richness, peaceful environment, rich history, and tourist attractions. From its coal mining history to its current role as an educational and cultural hub, Enugu continues to grow and contribute greatly to the development of Nigeria.
Thank you for staying with us. Joining us on the studio now is the Executive Chairman of Igboeze South Local Government Area of Enugu State. A very special guest, a visionary leader known for his proactive approach, people-centered policies, and his commitment to sustainable development. Honorable Barrister, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Uche.
Yes. How is the journey coming to our studio?
The journey, coming to your studio, Aneke TV, was a very smooth and a very remarkable one. Very smooth because, of course, the routes leading to your studio are now very clean and dry. I can't remember meeting any pothole on my way.
All right, Barrister, just hold the thoughts there. Before we delve into this discussion, I would first of all like us to go a little break where we will see the governor's visit to Nsukka, how the governor was received.
The love for Governor Itaba is massive. The love for Governor Itaba is massive
Very hearty welcome to the governor.
Barrister,
I want to go into this proper, but I'm very much interested in your developmental stride because that's what your name is associated with. We've been told that all your policies are people-centered. You are very keen on youth development and empowerment. let's go in that direction. What informed that decision?
Thank you very much, Uche. It's not far-fetched. I am a product of intentional development. I probably would not have been where I am today and where I was yesterday if there was no well-planned scheme to have me and others who were with me in the same environment maturate into what we are today. So it doesn't cost much for me to realize that whatever you put into the society is equivalent to what you expect out of the society. When you want to develop a society, first of all, develop the human mind. First of all, give the younger ones the platform, the opportunity, place them on a global scale where effectively, without any disadvantage arising ordinarily from their background, they can compete with their peers across the globe. So, what I am doing in the local government, in the South local government area, is just an absolute replication of what His Excellency Governor Peter Ndubisi is doing.
All right, Barrister, coming to that, the governor, during his visit to Nsukka, we saw him lay the foundation stone for a 5,000 shop capacity for the Nsukka International Market, where he equally commissioned lots of projects like the School of Health Stadium, the Nsukka Rig Road, about 1.6 kilometer road, where he commissioned that. There were equally other projects that he commissioned, like the GRA Secretariat in Nsukka, and also we know about the ultra-modern transport terminal that was commissioned. Now, Honorable Chairman, what does the governor's visit mean for your people?
Well, first of all, I have to say congratulations in a huge manner to the people of Nsukka local government area. Of course, you know that in our cultural zone, Nsukka local government area happens to be our headquarters. So when Nsukka local government area smiles, every other local government around that senatorial district, including the South where I come from, Ozoland, Idolo, Ibo-Etiti, will equally smile in those North. So it was a wonderful host. Let me tell you something about that visit. That visit is beyond an August visit. Come to think of it, here is a governor who came into office over 24 months ago, and he has spent each and every day working for the people of Enugu State, injecting developmental programs across the 260 wards of Enugu State. He has not had any space of time for social events. What has been spoken loudly for him are projects growing in every village, in every community, in every local government, across the 3 senatorial zones. So for us, in Enugu North senatorial zone, that visit was an August one because for the first time, these masses of Enugu North senatorial zone who converged in Nsukka local government would have the opportunity of seeing His Excellency, whose work and products, governance strides they have been seeing on daily basis. They now saw him live in flesh and blood. For them, it was an opportunity to hear him, to say, Your Excellency, you are welcome, Your Excellency. We can't thank you enough, Your Excellency. It is important and we celebrate and we value the fact that out of your tight schedule, you deemed it worthy for us to have the advantage of one-on-one with you in a town hall meeting, in your visit to the chairman of traditional rulers council, Enugu State, and then in the market square, where the ordinary traders who have been looking forward to a better environment to conduct their daily trades, entrepreneurs, industrialists, investors have the opportunity to have an interaction physical with His Excellency. So it was a Christmas or something beyond a Christmas for the people of Enugu North Senatorial District. His Excellency donated to us on that day the gift of his presence physically.
You know, Barrister, what you're saying is that this is not another visit, it's a turning point.
Each time His Excellency visited, it was to deliver a message and leave. But that whole day, he left it for the people of Enugu North Senatorial Zone. In Nsukka, His Excellency had so many programs. In one day, in Nsukka, we had the whole of him that very day. That's why you could see the mood of the people celebrating. So for us, it was historical. For us, that ordinary man and woman in the streets of Nsukka had the opportunity to shake His Excellency, had the opportunity to tell him, Your Excellency, thank you very much. I don't know whether our messages are coming across, you'll be getting our messages, but we can now tell you, thank you very much. The President Generals of Town Union, the Traditional Rulers, Market Union Association, the youths, even the football players in the streets of Nsukka had the opportunity to kiss the hand of His Excellency because he was there live.
Honorable Chairman, if I keep listening to you, the way you're reading out the praises of this governor, but let's be very particular.
Go ahead.
Igbo is a north.
South.
Igbo is a south. Oh, sorry.
The
governor's visit, you've been talking about how wonderful it is. Is tomorrow is here agenda? How does it relate to Ibreze people? What are the projects we would point and see the signature of the governor?
The tomorrow is here agenda of His Excellency is more grassroots focused than any other thing in Enugu State now, such that there is no community, there is no village in Enugu State, particularly in Ibreze South, where you will not be able to see it. An old woman in a faraway Onadu boundary to Kogi State, Akbanya, will easily wake up and turn her eyes back, neck back, and see tomorrow is your project. What do I mean by that? When we talk about His Excellency's strides and drive for the education of the child of Ibreze South local government and by extension Enugu State in general, His Excellency is bringing a platform where that child who ordinarily would have continued schooling with slate and would have continued schooling under a mango tree, under the sun, will now have the advantage of having a world-class academic environment, not just in terms of blogs and water, but in terms of educational facilities, the best you can find anywhere in the world. That is what Smart Green School of His Excellency speaks to. That Smart Green School of His Excellency is not just a progress agenda, it is also a tomorrow in here because he is securing the tomorrow that the child of Ibreze South local government deserves. You know what? We have 16 political electoral wards in Ibreze South local government. So also we now have 16 smart green schools springing up in Ibreze South local government area. In a way, I was privileged growing up that my parents could pull me from village where I was born and have me school in University Staff School, UNN. I am very sure I was considered well privileged to have attained that status early enough. So I could associate with the children of others from across other states in Nigeria. If we had smart grade school in my community, Umulolo ward, when I was at that tender age, my dad would not have spent the huge amount of money he spent taking us to school every day, every day. So what His Excellency has done is to bring the world closer to the people, very close to the remotest of villages in Iboze South local government area, and by extension, in every village across Enugu State of Nigeria. 17 local government area, 260 electoral political wards. These things are growing like giant iroko trees, from where the child of the future will pluck knowledge and pocket it within himself and then face the world. So the child of Igbogbo local government will no longer face any disadvantage. He will confront the child born in China, that child born in the United States of America, the child born in Britain, and they will speak knowledge to knowledge. There is no more geographical disadvantage. I'll tell you more. His Excellency, in pursuit of the tomorrow is here agenda, has also rooted healthcare facilities, 16 political electoral wards in Iboze South, 102 political electoral wards in Enugu North Senatorial District where I come from, 260 of them in the totality of Enugu State. What His Excellency is doing by that is that he has placed a permanent, no existent verdict on child mother mortality. Let it not be hard in the streets and villages of Enugu State that an expectant mother died or loses her child in the course of child delivery. He has routed these facilities to every village with world-class equipment. I was privileged enough to commission one of them. Don't forget that His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the President of the Republic of Nigeria, was in Enugu State earlier this year in January to see for himself what he has heard his men and press speak about Enugu State. Don't forget also that the Vice President was also in Enugu State. Do not forget also that the mother of the country, the wife of the president, also came. All these things were just in appreciation, in applaud, in a positive verdict to the tomorrow is here developmental strides of His Excellency, securing the future of the child of Enugu State for them today. So he speaks eloquently of what Enugu State obviously will traject into in the next couple of years, say a decade. That child that grows from that smart grade school, that child that survives, in the birth delivery from the hospital, will speak shoulder high to shoulder high with any other person across the globe. It has never happened before. Come to think of it, tell me that state in Nigeria today where anybody, with due respect, governor has been bold enough in the midst of scarcity of force to root in simultaneously such massive projects, planting in billions in every community and in every village. We don't have it in history.
In other words, Honorable Chairman, what you're saying is the Smart School Initiative is operational in Omolono community.
I can show you the pictures in my phone. By September,
and it's quite accessible to the children in Omolono community.
It's just a step away from the road. That is where we usually have our ward meeting.
All right, let's link the governor's developmental strides to youth empowerment, which you are an added believer in and promoter of. How does his developmental strides impacted the people of your area?
These things are obvious. His developmental stride has given opportunity to the people of Iboze South local government area that You don't need to, like I did growing up, you don't need to migrate from the remote village to access quality lifestyle. No, quality lifestyle visits you and resides with you in your village. That is number one. Number two is that he's been able to expand the minds of the young ones. Don't forget that technical schools are also coming up in Enugu State. So that you don't even need to pass through the formal universities and the rest of them to become a successful, well-skilled entrepreneur. The child of Enugu State, the youth of Ibeze South local government, now has the advantage of global exposure from their communities. I'll tell you something. Do you know that for every village where we have smart grade school, that accessing internet network will no longer be a thing of difficulty because the facilities there has access to it. Because some of the tutors will be tutoring these students from outside in Nigeria in some special courses that are not even offered within. So that you sit down outside the country and you're educating the child of any across the villages simultaneously. So can you now see that our people have exposure to internet? I'll tell you another thing. Before now, most of these communities find it difficult to access network for the purpose of even ordinary communication. But the presence of government facilities comes with it the paraphernalia of advantages coming along with all these things. In the next couple of years, one of the challenges that the next generation of Igbo will have is that they will lose this remoteness for which the village is known. Because everywhere would have developed like any city now that doesn't have the taste of growing up in the remote village.
All right, so that thought, Chairman. If you are just joining us, we are speaking with the executive chairman of Ibeze, South Local Government Area of Enugu State, and the focus is on the governor's visit to Nsukka and its developmental strides. We'll go on a short break where we'll watch the clip of the governor's visit to Nsukka.
The love for Governor Peter is massive. The love for Governor Peter is massive from
All right, thank you for staying with us. We are still talking with the executive chairman of Ibeze South, Honorable Barrister Ugo Ferdinand Ukweze. You know, the chairman of Ibeze South local government is a very visionary leader, known for his people-centric policies. Perhaps this would take a cue from his profession as a barrister, former chairman of NBA Nsukka branch, and the coordinating chairman of NBA in Enugu State, and is equally the chairman of AGO, the Association of Local Government Chairmen of Enugu State, Vice Chairman of Enugu State. It's been a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you.
Now, let's move away a bit. We've seen the governor's developmental strides in Enugu State. and particularly in Umulolo. But there are people who have the view that the governor's visit to Nsukka was a preparatory ground or to water the ground for the eventual endorsement of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Well, which you see in the field and in the world of politics, one of the things that promotes democracy beyond any other form of government is that people have, the fundamental right to form their opinion and in some cases express their opinion the way they wish. Whether it is right or wrong is reserved for another day, but they must express it the way they want to. His Excellency's visit to Nsukka last Saturday was official as it was routine that a governor wants to flag off projects in an environment. Do not forget that when His Excellency brought to us a bus terminal, that bus terminal by design arrived at Ahia Ogigi market. And by virtue of that, so many traders had to give way, so many shops had to give way for a modernized bus terminal. And that naturally required that a bigger market now in Nsukka International Market had to come up. So, is it politics that His Excellency came to lay the foundation of multi-thousand shops for the residents and people of Enugu State in a more better location where it is now more accessible to anybody operating from Anambra, Adan, Adada River and the rest of them. The previous place was congested. Now you have the latitude of expanding through the hills, the valleys, and the plain field in that Obimo, Upoka Road. So it was not preparatory for any endorsement. It does not need to come for Tinubu to be endorsed if the people are willing to endorse Tinubu. His Excellency does not need to lobby anybody by virtue of coming to either endorse himself or endorse President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He came to do what precisely everybody saw. We had a town hall meeting with the people of Enugu State in UBA Hall of Fame, residents in the ground of University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Was that a new endorsement? If you say it was an endorsement, it is subject to interpretations by others. So that His Excellency, like I said, came and donated the whole day and himself physically to interact and meet and mingle with all classes of persons, the traditional rulers.
Barrister, still talking about endorsement. Yeah. The people of Nsukka and Igbo South in general have endorsed the governor.
Massively.
And we are still in the second year of his administration.
Massively. Can I tell you something? Yes. Just yesterday, Igbo South local government area had her expanded stakeholders meeting for graduates, where everybody, the clergy, the traditional institutions, politicians, traders, and industrialists all converged for a stakeholders meeting, town hall meeting. And after rolling out the journey so far for the local governments, the journey so far regarding the benefits from the state to the local government, the journey so far, the benefits from the local governments to the masses of the local government, there was nothing else that could be done by the elected people of Igbo South other than moving a motion for His Excellency's second tenure in office. Remember, that event of yesterday in Igbo South local government was actually a follow-up to what had previously gone in, where the people of Nsukka generally converged at Adada Hall. If you know the relevance of Adada Hall, is a historic environment for anybody from any Senatorial district. And they passed a vote of gratitude to His Excellency. That was about 3 months ago. So a vote of gratitude. In that vote of gratitude,
Barrister, if I may come in, a vote of gratitude,
yes,
not endorsement.
I'm coming. In that vote of gratitude, you know, when you want to appreciate someone for what he has done, naturally, it flows naturally that endorsement flows in. Endorsement flows in. In that vote of gratitude, the people could not understand the massive love His Excellency has projected to the people of Nsukka Zone. Ask me how. Do you know today now, from Peanuts Junction, from Abapa Junction, now intersecting at T Junction, is a double lane dual carriage road growing up, facing its way to Nsukka Road. We go down to Nsukka. That road, when completed, will not only host street lights, solar lights, but will give access to anybody traveling to the north from Cross River State, from Abia State, to Nsukka generally. The journey from Nsukka to Enugu that ordinarily would cost 1 hour will not take more than 20 minutes. What that means is this. A man from Nsukka local government area or from Enugu Central District who trades or who works in Enugu does not need to relocate and move from village. Don't wake up in the morning, you get into the bus, you already have a terminal, and then you move to Enugu in less than 20 minutes, you're already in your location, do your daily business transaction, and then you get back to your home. Don't also forget that His Excellency made a promise, but that is not just the only road. Do you know there's another road moving from a junction, a virgin road, a never existing before road that will trace its way from a junction, and it will touch Amankani in Enugu East Senatorial Zone, and then stamp into issues of local government, Hamifi, and then before immediately after Hamifi, you find your way to Udeni in Enugu North Senatorial District. We have choices to make on where to travel home from.
All right.
Outside that, internal railway is part of the packages and the message His Excellency brought to Nsukka people. On Saturday, there is not stopping at that. It designs Enugu State to host a railway within the state, that you can travel, make your choice on which means of transportation you want to enjoy in Enugu State, particularly in Enugu North Senatorial District. What is more?
All right.
Is that not a juice broken?
Not the executive chairman. Barrister, we'll be talking about developmental strides.
Yeah.
I will know quite well that there will be no development without security. What has the governor really done? You know, this morning we woke up to news of killing in Yelwata, Benue State, but there's nothing in the news about Enugu State. Tell us explicitly what the governor has been doing in terms of security.
Thank you very much, Uche, for recognizing and appreciating the fact that there is nothing in the news negatively in Enugu State. Whenever you have that record sustained as it has been for a long period of time, just understand that someone has been vigilant and kept awake all through the night while the masses of Enugu State have slept. His Excellency has been awake. As the Chief Security Officer of Enugu State, His Excellency came into office and realized that, not minding the fact that constitutionally the job of security resides in the police, and that the head of the police lives and stays in Abuja, the IGP of police, who appoints, transfers, relocates, demotes, and promotes the police in Nigeria. His Excellency came in and creatively talk about having a command and control room that is now put out in Government House, Lion Building. That command and control room is beyond the edifice you see there if you visit that place. It is about the facilities that are inside that room. It is about the network of the facilities. It's about the targets of those facilities. From that command and control room, any security experts working there can actually view what is happening in different boundaries of any state, including Onabe in my local government, where we share boundary with Kogi State. So it is these security features that we've seen that have actually promoted the peace and harmony we have in Enugu State. Essentially, when His Excellency, the Vice President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, visited Enugu State, he came and said, we don't even have this type of facilities in major cities of Nigeria. I think Abuja will come and learn and borrow a leaf from Enugu State.
All right.
So, can you now see why the child of Enugu State will sleep with his two eyes closed? It is because the chief security officer is sleeping with his two eyes open, watching over the city that has been handed over to him in trust for the masses of Enugu State.
All right, Honorable Chairman, you've spoken quite eloquently about what the governor is doing in terms of security in Enugu State. But let's talk politics a bit. Is there any plan? You're part of the government. Is there any plan to move from the PDP?
Thank you, Uche, for asking this question. What the question you now ask represents the agitation in the minds of so many other persons in the Enugu State. You see, what has happened, politics is evolving. Democracy is a trending thing. And so we move from one form of politics to another as the society also grows. The only thing that is permanent in this life is also that same change, right? Today, the political party we belong to and we will belong to in Enugu State is that political party called His Excellency Governor Peter Ndubisi Mba. That is our party.
Dr. Peter Ndubisi Mba is the political party.
A modern wonder in the realms of governance.
In other words, barrister, wherever Peter Mba goes,
where he goes, there we go. Where he tarries, there we tarry. So, where he stays, where he returns from is where we return from.
It's safe to conclude that when His Excellency Dr. Peter Mba moves to APC, you will move.
And I said wherever he stays is where we stay.
All right.
We forget about names and nomenclature. Our party is embodied in that man called His Excellency Dr. Peter Ndubisi Mba.
We've talked eloquently about the developmental strive of His Excellency Dr. Peter Mba. Now, let's bring it home. You're a man known for your humanitarian involvement, youth empowerment and development. Barrister, the child in Umulolo, in Ueze South,
yes.
When would they remember Barrister Ugo Ferdinand Ukweze as the present executive chairman of the local government?
Thank you very much, Uche. The child of Umulolo and the Ueze South local government area will remember me. First and foremost, that child who wrote JAM last year, any child that ever attempted to write JAM last year will remember our administration as that administration that not only paid for their JAM fee, but also gave them transport to go and write their JAM and return. It is now a permanent mark in their history. The adolescents of the South local government area will remember me as that local government chairman who sent 100 first batch son and daughter of the South local government to Mario Institute for vocational training, fully paid for intensive skill acquisition in various fields. After which they come up with startup, and they will remember me as that man who provided mentorship, not just personally, but creating other mentors that can inspire them into growth from their startup and monitor them develop and become independent entrepreneurs. That is what I will be remembered for. I want to be remembered for as that man who had the opportunity to create, who is hosting Rangers Football Club come next Sunday, come next Sunday in Igbezisa local government area. It is beyond fun. It is beyond activities. It is something that is not just entrepreneurial. It is something that is creative of crime. As I speak with you now, we have about 5 natives of Igbezisa local government that have traveled outside the country in sports in activities. Right. Just because the platform was there. When I look at every child of Igbezisa, I am looking, projecting prophetically into the greatness that attaches to their future. When we continue to do what we are doing intentionally for them, all right, that is precisely what His Excellency has inspired us to do. You know what the governor told us? He said, who is a great leader? A great leader is that man who takes the people to where they ought to be, not just leaving them where they want to be, but taking them, driving them by inspiration, motivating them into where they ought to be, seeing ahead, knowing that greatness attaches historically to that man who planted a tree, knowing very well that the tree will grow into a giant iroko tree, giving birth fruits. Even when he must have departed this planet Earth, people still speak to his greatness, people still speak to his industry, people still speak to his intentionality in planting those seeds of greatness in the sands of time in his locality. All right, and the environment. Chairman, at this point, I'm sorry we've run out of time. Thank you. If you've been watching us, we will be speaking with the executive chairman of Igbeze South, Honorable Barrister Ugo Ferdinand Ukweze. He was a former coordinating chairman of NBA Enugu State, a former chairman also of NBA in Nsukka branch, and presently the coordinating vice chairman of Agon in Enugu State. Honorable Barrister Ugo Ferdinand, it's been a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you, Chair. All right, viewers, thank you for staying up with us. We'll continue with the rest of the program when we return.
Oja is a traditional Igbo wind wooden music instrument, often referred to as a talking flute, because of its ability to mimic speech patterns and convey messages. There are various types of Oja, differentiated by their pitch and functions. Oja Mmanwu, Oja Okolobia, Oja Igede, and Oja Ukwe, the singing flute. Each holds a specific cultural significance. The Oja typically has 4 holes, 2 on opposite sides for the fingers, a mouthpiece that leads to the hollow inner chamber, and a terminal hole, similar in size to the finger hole. Oja is one of the prominent indigenous music instruments of the Igbo people. It is considered a spiritual instrument capable of captivating listeners and even influencing their actions. It has keys just like the keyboard, produces lyrical melodies,
The August meeting is the annual gathering of married women, both at home and in the diaspora, to celebrate, deliberate, and address issues affecting their communities. It's also a time to resolve family matters and set goals for social development. This tradition, deeply rooted in the culture of the southeastern part of Nigeria, brings women together in a powerful way. It gives them the platform to speak freely, share ideas, and plan for community building, as well as socio-political progress. Each year, the meeting attracts women from across the globe, as August is a convenient time for many to travel. In its pure form, it strengthens bonds, fuels development projects, and unites women around a shared vision for their people. However, in recent times, the narrative has begun to shift. For some, the focus has moved from service to show, displaying expensive wrappers from Ashwebi to highly quality judges. These, in turn, can make less affluent women, especially those living in rural areas, feel a subtle sense of exclusion or inferiority. Still, a quick look at community sentiments shows that many women treasure this gathering. It remains a cherished opportunity to reconnect with loved ones, exchange valuable contact, and revive the spirit of togetherness. A cross-section of Enugu residents who spoke with Aneke TV reacted this way.
My name is Mrs. Celine Ogun. When we talk about August meeting, the role and advantages of August meeting is overemphasized. The August meeting has generated a lot of developments in the community. It has affected the women both socially, spiritually, and otherwise. When you talk about the physical structures being done by the women in August meeting, most of the structures in the village, building the church, the parish hall, the father's house, community development, erecting borehole, a lot of development, infrastructural development, that projects that women carry during August meeting. Not only that, during August meeting, professionals are invited and women are taught a lot of things that they don't know before. Some women, what they have learned in August meeting that help them enter into a lot of business, like skill acquisition and all the rest of them. When we talk about August meeting, the rule, what we gain from August meeting is overwhelming.
My name is Mrs. Ibe Gloria Ijoma. You know, the theme of this 2025 August meeting by women, we tagged it as women as a nation builders. You know, we women, we're supposed to be part of the nation builders. We're supposed to contribute a lot in our families. That's the essence of August meeting. We gather, we discuss, and we contribute towards the building of this our nation, Nigeria. You see, we even discuss on how to tackle some of the issues most women are encountering with their husbands or with their household. So that's the excess. When we gather, we now deliberate and talk on how to move the nation forward. The family as the family and the nation as a whole, how to move them forward. That's the excess.
My name is Chief Mrs. Eku Happiness Chinemerem. I love your question. Your question is not on jewelries, putting clothes, less, no. We have aim and objectives of having August meeting. It is where we discuss how we are going to look into our villages, our churches, our schools, primary and secondary schools in our hometown. The way we do it, it is this time that we go into our streams to sweep, go to our market squares to sweep it and look for those who need help. And what are we going to do in the church to elevate what we are doing there as Christians? So not going that in my own town, we are no more thinking of wearing gorgeous dresses. We go by simple, what do I call it? or just a simple cloth.
As the August meeting continues to evolve, it remains a living reminder of the Igbo belief in the vital role women play in community building and socio-political development. Chidimmi Kemede, Aneke TV.
What's up, Naija? Welcome to your #1 Chop Life destination, the Boss Lounge, where the gist is hot, the vibes are mad, and the energy is choco.
You already know I'm your satisfied gist plug, Chibike, aka the gentility.
And I am Deborah Wakuba, aka Debbie Lexus. And today we have celebrity spills, fun shine, and your favorite friends get rated or roasted.
Today we have got hot stories, a celeb in the building, and a fashion segment that will make you say, now who started that one like that too?
Let's get it started. This is the Boss Lounge. What's popping, people, on entertainment news? First up on the G-string, waiting a sup. Firstly, we have here today top songs on Apple Music in Nigeria this week. And we have One Condition by DJ Tunes featuring Wizkid and Fola. And we also have Forever Be Mine by Gunna featuring Wizkid. Then next, we have on the top 3, Badman Gangster by Aneke and Tiakola. And lastly, which is the 4th, we have Very Soon by BBXN and Fola.
That one go loud though. I think these rankings may vary slightly depending on the source of the music and time of update. For most current information, you can check Apple Music or Music Charts, website like Turntable Charts or just Naija.
Yes, and then when it comes to global and notable collaboration with global stars like Gunna in Burna Boy's track and getting ranked amongst one of the top 10 Apple Music, I have to rate it a hot week for Apple Chart.
Wow, yeah. And there's also many themes explored in all these various top 10 tracks on Apple Music. And One Condition by DJ Tunes, Wizkid and Fola is a soulful Afrobeat, an anthem that showcases the artist's various musical prowess. And here's a breakdown of the song's strengths and weaknesses. Now, in our list here, we have to say strengths. Now, the vocal chemistry. Wizkid and Fola's vocal chemistry is seamless, with Wizkid's signature laid-back vibe complementing Fola's emotional tune perfectly. Now, we also have to say about the production. When you talk about production of any music, we just have to say that, the sounds, everything about the music, the tune it gives you, the laid-back, how it's the top-notch. So I have to say that DJ Tunes really try very hard for these sounds. And so we have to say about the overall, and when it comes about the overall impression of the One Condition by Wizkid, DJ Tunes and Fola, we have to say that it's well-crafted song. It's catchy. It has a catchy melody. That's true. It has these relatable lyrics. When you are singing a song like all those things, it makes you feel emotion, it catches you, it gives you the vibes, you understand? So these are all the things that I have to say about the overall impressions of these songs. And I think that is very perfect because when the music was before it was out, like DJ Tunes and Wizkid, DJ Tunes was vibing to it. DJ Tunes was making all kinds of promotion about it, even meeting some streamers like Pella, all those things, you understand? And you have to say much about the song. The song is very catchy. So I think that's all we have to say about the One Condition by Wizkid and DJ Tunes with Paula.
Yes, exactly. And musically, we know the burdens of fame, navigating the pressures of celebrity status.
Yeah.
And then now let's take a look to the themes and overall impression on Forever Be Mine by Gunna and Wizkid. It's a captivating blend of trap and Afrobeat that showcases the artist's musical chemistry.
Wow.
And then here's a breakdown of this tune by this tune of Forever Be Mine by Gunna and Wizkid.
Yep.
Now they have the vocal chemistry.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then Gunna and Wizkid collaboration is seamless with Gunna's melodic rap
Okay.
and also complementing Wizkid's soulful vocals perfectly.
Yep.
Then their distinctive styles deliver a captivating listening experience that transcends borders. And also when it comes to production, the song's production is noteworthy, blending ambient synths, subtle percussion, and a mellow groove that sets the perfect backdrop for emotional or late night vibes. And then in conclusion, Forever Be Mine is a well-crafted song that showcases the talents of Gunna and Wizkid, and also the lyrics and catchy melody are relatable, and the smooth vocals is top notch actually. And else the song's emotion resonance and cinematic experience make it perfectly for slow jams, intimate drives, or quiet reflections.
All right, that's cool. Now let's take a look on another song on our lists among the top music in the Apple charts. Now we have Bad Man Gangster by Aneke and Tiakola.
Okay.
You know, we have to say about the music. It has to be about is a genre. It has this genre blending like Afro. It has this Afrobeat anthem that showcases the artist's musical chemistry and versatility. You know, and we have to say about the breakdown of the music strengths. And you know, we have to say that Aneke and Tiakola's collaboration is a seamless with their distinctive style. You know, and it's blending effortlessly. Like Ashake's signature, brightly. Like vocal complements. Tiakola is smooth. It has melodic flows, creating a unique sonic wave that cuts across cultures. I know if you have to say, if you have to critique about the sounds, about the production, then you have to say that the song's production is noteworthy. Okay, and featuring a nostalgic sample of Amherst Wanting relayed with acoustic guitar. Now, you know, I have to say when you have to talk about acoustic guitar, it has to be like the sound that the guitar gives you.
Yes.
You know, when for the sound to be used based on the production of the music, it has to give this guitar. You know, sometimes guitar we people don't know the sounds that they tell us that music is a food to the soul. You understand? So I think the guitar there gives very melodic sounds that it has to say everything about it. And coming to the overall impression, the Bad Man Gangster is a testament to Ashake's involving musical identity and his ability to craft songs that transcends border and genres with his catchy melody. So I think that's all we have to say about Ashake's Bad Man Gangster. The Bad Man Gangster. It's very cool.
Yes, and next on the list we have Very Soon by BNXN and Fola. And this music is a soulful Afrobeat anthem that showcases the artist's musical chemistry and emotional depth. And here's a breakdown of the song's strengths and weaknesses. We have the vocal chemistry. BNXN and Fola's collaboration is seamless with their distinctive styles, blending effortlessly to create a captivating sonic experience. Fola shines on the chorus with a powerful, soulful delivery, while BNXN brings raw emotion and honesty to his lyrics.
Yeah.
Now, we also have the weakness, which is the limited innovation. While Very Soon is well crafted, it doesn't necessarily break new grounds in terms of Afrobeat innovation. However, it's a genre-bending sound and emotional depth make it a standout in the genre.
Yeah.
And overall, Very Soon is a testament to BNXN and Fola's musical chemistry and their ability to craft songs that transcend borders and genres. With its catchy melody, relatable lyrics, and smooth vocals, it's a lasting gem in Afrobeat's evolving landscape.
Exactly. Now, we'll be going on a short break, and we will be back to see you guys. And after the short break, we'll be coming back. Stay tuned to Aneke TV on entertainment show, The Pulse Lounge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to Aneke TV, the heartbeat of culture, truth, and innovation. From breaking news to inspiring documentaries, from grassroots traditions, mysteries of life to global perspectives, we'll tell your stories. We amplify your voice and your vision. With every screen we light up, we connect, inform, and empower. It's more than a television. This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
It'll be my fire, I'll check it soon. Very, very soon. I'll do it better, and I promise you. It's not even in my power, and I'm telling you. But fuck everybody, yeah, this tune. Oh, mom, me with a very suru. Oh, no, me okay, you do. You know, you turn to my door. I'll see you very soon. Forever be mine. You gon' forever be mine. She know I'm one of a kind. She don't see none of the guys. She know I don't do no womanizer. I stroke her and give her a massage. I push her and tell her to strive. Roast under my letter recline. She say you forever be mine.
I'm not gon' low, I'm not gon' but this is my life, I ain't gon' lie, this is my shit. I say bad boy, we get OT, stacking paper, play nicely, Lil Messi. Thank God we dey alive, more blessings, sing clearly, angelic. I know say anybody, person will see me, now me I see. I be on and yow, living my life, me so. But the me about my wow, carry your walla go foul.
And we're back on the Boss Lounge on Aneke TV. So over to the next gist. Did you see that clip of Portable trolling Katafe online?
Sure. I saw it, you know, Portable dragging Katafe that. You don't collect all my artists. So, you know, Portable crying every time coming online saying that Katafe has dragged this artist out. He's, That is, one is through employing people. Katefe will come in. Even sometimes I saw a comment online, people saying that Katefe is eyeing Portable because Portable just signed a new 9-year-old boy. So some people in the comment section was like, 2027, coming 2027, that Katefe is eyeing Portable's new signee like Chelsea and Arsenal. You understand? So Portable coming online dragging Katefe is something else. You know Portable is good in trolling people online.
Yes,
like he can throw VDM, he has thrown VDM throwed him back, singing music for him, all those things. So well, that's good show. That's good though. Yeah, let's watch and see and know the next step for about between them, all those things.
Yes.
So now, fans, we'll be talking about this, and if you have anything to say, vote now on our socials like Facebook, X, Instagram, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
Well, it's almost time. Our time is almost up, but don't worry, we'll be back next week with more gist, more basketballs, and more laughs for you.
Okay, and also don't forget to follow us on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, X, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV, and drop your comments using the Boss Lounge. You just might get featured in one of our fan plug segments.
I'm Deborah Wakoba, aka Debbie Lexis,
and I am Chibike, aka The Gentility. So if it's trendy, if it's spicy, and if it's giving wahala, you will find it here on Aneke TV, the Boss Lounge. Until next time, bye.
Welcome to Aneke TV, the heartbeat of culture, truth, and innovation. From breaking news to inspiring documentaries, from grassroots traditions, mysteries of life to global perspectives. We'll tell your stories. We amplify your voice and your vision. With every screen we light up, we connect, inform, and empower. It's more than a television. This is Aneke TV. We move with the world. Welcome to Aneke TV, the heartbeat of culture, truth, and innovation. It's more than a television. This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Good morning, viewers. Thank you for joining us. Today on The Insight, where we x-ray the heartbeat of politics, issues that shape and affect our nation. Here on Aneke TV, I am Uche Osai. Today, we'll be taking a closer look on Enugu State, on the developmental efforts of Dr. Peter Mba, the governor of Enugu State. With me to discuss and dissect issue is Dr. Chigozie Anarodo, a developmental scientist and a public affairs analyst. Doc, it's good to have you today.
Yeah, good morning, Uche, and good morning, our viewers.
All right.
It's my pleasure to be here.
You're welcome. So, Doc, let's just get right into it. Today, we're looking at Governor Peter Mba's developmental efforts. What is your assessment?
Yeah. Well, let me see that the essence of governance is actually to improve the lot of the people. What we have done in constitutional democracy is to hand over our common interests to certain people to manage our interests and run them for our welfare, security, and well-being generally. So to that extent, we have the responsibility of evaluating from time to time those to whom we have handed over our future to see how they are handling it. After 2 years, I do think it is proper to actually evaluate how far the governor of Enugu State, His Excellency, Mr. Peter Mba, has been handling the affairs of Enugu State. if you look at the fact that comparatively we are coming from the last regime of Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, who say, oh, we have moved from where we used to be. We have improved from where we were standing to a better position. However, if we contextualize the environment properly, we may begin to see that there is a room for improvement. Things could have been done much better than they have been done. You know, so that's my general overview. We can take them in closer details because every pregnancy is a project of its own. You know, in that sense, the present regime has had its own issues, so the regime must be appraised based on the context of the current environment where it operates. We are dealing with an environment where 2023 May, June came with their own challenges of policy changes, policy of subsidy removal, policy of naira devaluation, then afterwards the policy of removal of subsidy on electricity and so on and so forth. So and people had expected, and government confirmed so too, that more money had become available to government. So, to the extent that more money had become available to government, we must evaluate the activities of government side by side with the funds that have been available to government and see whether if these funds have been judiciously utilized, the projects that have been carried out, the impact of those projects on the badly affected people of Nigeria, because the policy I mentioned earlier actually threw the economy into a kind of initial crisis. People lost their power of purchase. People had to spend more money to get energy, whether it is energy for transportation or energy for keeping the household and businesses running in terms of electricity. And the values of the little money they had been taken away. And what has happened was that, and it is still that, money has been taken away from the people and given more to the government. The question becomes, what has the government done with the money that are available, and where are the people in the equation that has been created?
All right, Doc. You said we are no longer where we used to be.
I agree. Yeah, I said so.
Now let's bring it home. Let's look at specific projects.
Okay.
Starting with recently the commissioning of buses, the commissioning of bus terminal. What's your assessment of these projects and its impact on the people of the Enugu State?
Thank you, Uche. Two issues are involved: the bus terminals and the buses.
Yes.
Honestly, I think the bus terminal is not a people impactful project.
Why do you say that, Doc?
Yeah, I'm coming. When I say, I will explain. Well, and with due respect to the intent of government, a lot of persons have said that the terminals, oh, they are beautiful, they are nice. But let's look at the cost of the bus terminal. And when I say costs, I'm not talking about financial cost now, because we do not even have information. I'm coming to I'll get to the transparency of running governance in this regime. That's a different discourse. I'm not talking about the cost on the people. Remember, those places where the bus terminals were constructed were crowded places before now. And human beings, people of Enugu State, residents of Enugu State, were the people plying businesses, finding their source of livelihood in those places. Suddenly, there was need for government to construct those terminals, or so said the government. And what happened was that demolitions happened, people were displaced, and government did not make any provision to assimilate, relocate, and cushion the impact of this dislocation of the people. Uche, there's a place called Gariki. Government agencies were still collecting revenues a few days to the demolition of the Gariki area. And eventually, government, having the powers to do what they did, went in and demolished the area without making provision of where those people displaced there will be assimilated into, so that they will continue to eke out living. And like I said in the beginning, what we have done in constitutional democracy is to carry our common interest and transfer to individuals to take care of them. And now the welfare of those people were at stake. I would have expected that government would have brought human face to this project by making provision for a place to relocate these people who were doing businesses in those areas. If an alternative places were constructed and those people were asked to move to those places because government needed to do a renewal, build what is termed the modern bus terminals on those areas, that would have reduced the impact of this shock relocation on those people. The same thing happened at the Holy Ghost area. The same thing happened at the Suka area, which I am disappointed to hear the agents of government saying that currently those who were displaced at Ogige and Suka, Ogige Market, that's what it is, will be accommodated after the construction of 5,000 shops at the Suka International Market.
Yes.
That is just about to, the construction is just about to start. Which one should, between the chicken and the eggs, which one should come first? Constructing that alternative market before the demolition of the existing market, which one would have been first? If the interests of the people were to be put first, which is what democracy should be. Because the people are the employers. When the time for election comes, they go around begging the people for votes. Try to persuade them. Now the people have handed power to our leaders. Our leaders are now, sending down orders on us. I would have expected that government would have been more responsible by constructing that market, the alternative market, relocating those people who were, giving them time to move in. If government constructed alternative market and allocated shops to those who had the shops at the existing market, and if you are giving time to relocate and you don't relocate, then you probably are looking for trouble. I do not know any plan, or relocating the people who are at the Holy Ghost Market. I have not heard any about the people who are displaced at a Gariki Market area. So to that extent, it will shock you to realize that a lot more people have been taken into poverty by that singular project. That's what I mean by the cost of the project. We live in a society where there is no social security. If you are sick, you need to struggle to provide your health care out of pocket. If you're going to school, your children have to go to school, you need to provide a cost of education out of pocket. Because there could be free basic education, but there are other costs to it. Pupils don't get free uniform. They don't get free books. They don't find themselves to school freely, and so on and so forth. So people pay. I mean, in era where electricity supply is very erratic, people provide power to them. So I'm sure that in this facility you provide their power to get things run. So in that circumstance, people were literally aching out living. And they were finding their source of livelihood through those things that they were doing in those places. And if government is for the people, you probably would have done a baseline assessment. How many people are here? If you displace these people, where are we going to put them? If you put them here, what will be the social impact of this displacement or this location? If we put it side by side by the impacts of the new project, we'll probably see that given the net effect, because we have provided a shock absorber, relocated these people, brought a new project, given the net effect of the dislocation and the import of the new project, you probably see that the positive of the new project will overshadow the net impact and remains. But we're in a situation where we see government that probably gives us shock therapy and begin to think as an afterthought of a way to now manage the social problem that would have emanated from there. You can't count how many people may have lost, because they have lost the source of their livelihood, they're not able to maintain their health care. Probably, ultimately, they would have lost their lives. People would have lost their source of livelihood. People would have gone into one crime or the other. So to that extent, it comes at huge cost. And by the way, Uche, does a state government have a business in constructing bus terminals? That's a question that not many people have asked. By the way the governance is run, there are certain businesses that should belong to the federal government. There are certain businesses that the state government should focus on. There are certain businesses that local government should focus on. We could talk about exclusive reserve, concurrent reserve, then residual reserve. I'm hearing recently that I hear that federal government wants to devote 142 billion naira to constructing bus terminals in six different geopolitical regions of the country. And I said that's madness.
Perhaps the impact from Enugu State is so attractive that the federal had to replicate the same.
Well, I'll leave you in the delusion of that opinion, because Enugu State is not the first state to have constructed bus terminals. Hold on. You are talking about Enugu State luring the federal government. Lagos State had constructed a bus terminal. If you go to Oshodi bus terminal, which was beautiful when it was constructed, it is not it's not a hideout for criminals. The Federal Capital Authority constructed bus terminals. Yes. What has become of the bus terminals? Let me let you know that if you go to countries that are developed, airports are constructed and owned by local governments. The duties and responsibilities of local governments have been eroded by state governments. That's why I think it's a misplacement of priority in the first instance to have even gone into bus terminal construction.
All right, Doc. There are still some analysts who are of the view that these terminals and the buses have provided employment for the people, thereby helping to improve the economy.
Oh, that's a good argument. But let's place the argument side by side what I have said, and with empirical facts that we can bring up into the analysis. It is understood when somebody flashes on the surface and says, oh, he has provided employment. Uche, how many people are employed by one bus? If you have a driver, if you have a helpsman, a woman, what they call conductor, if there is one, you probably have a technician that helps in repairing the bus, and probably ticket issuers. How many people, by the number of buses that have been employed and that have been acquired? The terminals that have been built, how many people are employed in each terminal? Put put them side by side with the number of persons who are in the informal sector that have been displaced in the course of construction of the terminals. Let me remind you that statistics have shown that 60% of Nigerian economy runs on the informal sector. In fact, the informal subsistence sector actually holds the economy of Nigeria and most of the economies of the developing countries. Go to Southeast Asia and see what informal sector is doing there. So, how many people have been displaced who are in the informal sector, who have been displaced by the construction, and how many people have been employed? Because it is misleading for people to say, oh, people have been employed because they have a formal job, forgetting that those who work in the informal sector may even make more income per capita, thereby improving on the quality of life they live by the activities they do. I have had case to mentor and talk to artisans. By the time we got down to the nitty-gritties, an artisan would have realized that he or she is able to make about 300,000, 400,000 in a month. The only problem they have is that they are not able to probably save the money and put it into better use. But you see a senior civil servant who actually earns less than 200,000 naira in a month, being regarded as a big man or big woman, probably sometimes being chauffeured in official vehicles. And they say this, oh, this person is employed. Probably because those people help themselves with corrupt practices. Otherwise, a very big impact is created in our economy by the informal sector. So when you displace people who are operating in the informal sector, you are creating a huge economic dislocation in the economy, thereby worsening the lot of the people when it comes to poverty index measurements. So in as much as it may sound apparently reasonable for people to jump out and say, oh, jobs have been created. Uche, I do not say that it is good to have a 21st century rickety buses running on our roads. But if you count those who are operating those rickety vehicles, they are more in number than you can actually create a job with this. That's not to say that city modernization should be taken out of the table completely. I hope you get my point. My point is that strategy must be brought into the things we do, and we must make provisions for taking care of people to be displaced from urban renewal projects, so that we don't displace people and begin to grapple with the after effects of the displacement. And that's the kind of thing we see in the federal government project, where federal government, remove subsidy would start having made plans to take care of the people, knowing the expected negative impact of subsidy removal. And people go to town and say, oh, it was good to remove subsidy. Nobody is saying that it was not good to remove subsidy. So they are missing the point. The point we are making is that you need to plan on how to cushion the effect before you bring in the action.
All right, hold the thoughts, Doc. Viewers, thank you for staying with us. We'll go on a short break and we'll be right back.
Welcome to Aneke TV, the heartbeat of culture, truth, and innovation. From breaking news to inspiring documentaries, from grassroots traditions, mysteries of life to global perspectives, we'll tell your stories. We amplify your voice and your vision. With every screen we light up, we connect, inform, and empower. It's more than a television. This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
All right, thank you, viewers, for still staying with us. We're discussing with Dr. Chigozie Anarodo, a developmental scientist and public affairs analyst. We are looking into Enugu State, the developmental strides of Dr. Peter Mba. Doctor,
Yes.
He said the essence of governance is to prove the lot of the people.
Absolutely.
Good. Let's look at the recent commissioning or re-unveiling of Hotel Presidential. What's your view on that project as well?
I think it's a good one.
All right.
I think it's a good one, given the fact that these are assets that are, that were left moribund, wasting as it were. So for the fact that it was renovated and re-unveiled, I think it was a good one. So you need to understand that we don't really stand out to throw away everything our government has done. We must look at the ones that are low-hanging fruit that need to be done. That's why I talk about strategy every time. So the Hotel Presidential was already there, lying on the expanse of land that it occupies, and having been left to lie idle for all these years, amounted to loss to the Enugu State government and the Enugu State people. So it was a commendable thing that the government revamped and renovated the Hotel Presidential. So also the International Conference Center that was allowed to lie fallow for years, in the middle of construction. Having completed it and brought it to life, it has added to the life of Enugu City. I mean, the ongoing conference of the Nigerian Bar Association is a testimony to that. So those are projects that government that we can see that look, it was good that government went into it, but the point must not be taken away. Uche, these projects may not be high impactful projects directly, but because they were low hanging fruits, they were easy to be plucked. The International Conference Center had been constructed to an advanced level and abandoned for years. It was good that government completed it and made it functional. And I can assure you that probably it will attract a number of persons that come into Enugu for conference, and these conferences will impact, meetings will impact on the businesses of the people operating in the informal sector. And so it's also the Hotel Presidential that provides accommodation for ecotourism in the state. But this should not remove the fact that government must pay attention to the high impacting projects that would actually change the lives of the people faster than these projects. And by the way, they are not mutually exclusive. What do I mean? The fact that Hotel Presidential was renovated, the fact that International Conference Center was completed, should not mean that other projects should not come on. So in direct answer to your question, it was a good move to have renovated the Hotel Presidential. It was a good move to have completed the International Conference Center. But the point that I still make is that these projects are not necessarily high impact projects when it comes to, because you talk about the masses.
Yes.
There are in the population distribution of any state, greater number of persons are found in the rural areas than are in the urban areas. That's why when government concentrates on beautifying the city, good as it may look, at the end of the day, it doesn't actually add to increasing the GDP of the state and taking away poverty, as it were, as quickly as government
But Doc, this will increase the internally generated revenue.
Uche, that's the problem I have. Just put it on the side that I have said that it was not a bad thing.
Yes.
Rather, it was a good thing.
Yes.
Oftentimes, I've had to speak with government agents and operators of government, and I hear them mix up internally generated revenue with GDP. They are not the same thing. It's more important that for for the government that economic activity goes on and increases in the state. Grounded economic activities. That is when you can measure the gross domestic product of the state. And mind you, if you have a good spread of economic activities and gross domestic product increases, it directly impacts on income per capita. That is to say, you, Onyenugu, Ndenugu, will now have more money in their pockets. That's when income per capita increases. And if you have more money in your pocket per annum, what it means and translates to literally is that you can improve the quality of life you live. You can afford to go to hospital. You can afford good shelter. You can afford good clothing, and you can afford healthy food. And these are the essence and pillars of good livelihood. And that is when you feel actually that government has impacted greatly on you. I have seen cities in Europe that don't necessarily look magnificent, but you realize that the people who live in those cities are happy. They are comfortable. The HDI, Human Development Indices, are high. The quality of life they live are high because the per capita income that they have access to is very high. Some countries are living with per capital income of $15,000 per person per year on the average. Some are living with $10,000, some $6,000. But the per capita income around this area is less than 800 naira. So if you have $800, if you have per capita income less than $800, when in other parts of the world you have per capita income about $15,000, you can now appreciate the Japa syndrome. And so you must put development and economic growth in proper perspectives. Otherwise, we may end up beautifying cities. And I criticize some governments in the past for just trying to beautify cities, put street lights, and without actually catalyzing economic development and growth. And so, government might take, in fact, geometrically increase the internal generated revenue for all you care, without seeing a proportionate improvement on the quality of life of the people. And if that happens, then you have not done well in economic development.
All right, Doc, moving forward, there are people who are of the view that these projects, though commendable, are elitist and not for the masses.
Well, Uche, I will not explicitly say that they are elitists, because the economy is interwoven. For example, if you have people selling food in small cafeteria around, and there is a big conference that attracts up to 5,000 people into a city. People are lodged in hotels. Almost always they go out of the hotels to find their food. They want to eat local delicacies of the people. You see that those who operate the cafeterias, the restaurants, are making good sales, and they will go to the market to buy from the farmers who have produced these farm products, and that actually improves the economy of the people. So I wouldn't say completely, so otherwise it would be pessimism, complete pessimism to say that, for example, the International Conference Center is totally elitist, or the Hotel Presidential is totally elitist. Like I said, these are assets of the state, built originally with our money. If they are left to rot away Our money is being wasted there. The only caveat I bring in is that when government renovate this, they must concession those to good managers so that we don't go back to where we're coming from. The point I make is that if government is in a hurry to actually take people out of poverty, there must be some other projects that have high impact factor on the people than this one, without my necessarily outrightly calling them elitists. For example, I have criticized the Enugu Air project that it's a waste of public fund. Good as it must sound that Enugu has an airline, it's a waste of public fund. If a government has put in 62 billion naira, as they told us, because I mean, transparency is part of an issue in this government. So I said I was going to come to that.
Yes.
So, democracy, constitutional democracy requires public participation. We should be able to go to government websites and find the cost of completing the International Conference Center and see whether the cost is commensurate with the work has been done, because the work belongs to us. Yes. We should find the cost of renovating the Hotel Presidential and see whether the cost is commensurate with the work has been done, or it has become a tunnel for funneling away public funds, because the money is ours. But we can't say these things. I have confronted government officials, and when you ask them, so we don't know, maybe we'll ask the Commissioner for Finance. This transparency demands that, I'm an issue. This job should be done by public bidding, and if they are bidded for, the cost of executing the project should be put on the table for everybody to see, and to see whether it is actually judicious use of public funds. I talked about the money available to government being increased, yes, and the need for judicious use of those monies. So that's that's where I call out this government to actually be more transparent in letting the people see the financial cost of doing projects, whether they are the bus terminals, whether they are the conference centers, whether they are the Enugu Air. But I criticize Enugu Air because I didn't see a business case in the state government putting fund in floating a fresh airline, where the existing private sector airlines are not able to maximize their capacities. If you listen recently, you hear that Nigeria has signed a bilateral air service agreement with Brazil. APIS, so that APIS can fly directly to Brazil. Yeah. That's capacity that APIS is looking to maximize. If you have flown into Enugu using the existing airlines, you will discover that almost always the aircrafts are not filled to capacity. So what was the business case? Was Enugu such a place that you didn't find aircraft and airlines going to Enugu? So if Enugu becomes a lucrative route by catalyzing economic activities in the Enugu state, you will see that ordinarily private investors will put in more airlines into Enugu, rather than, because we know government is a bad business manager. So I didn't see, in fact, that 62 billion, you can imagine if it had been taken, converted into constructing light rails between the cities of Enugu, the impact it would have had on the people. That's when I talk about high impact projects. If you have a rail line that moves from Nsukka, light rail that moves from Nsukka to Enugu, and is able to do Enugu-Nsukka route 3 or 4 times a day, you can imagine, because Nsukka is a university town, you can imagine the mobility that it will create between Enugu and Nsukka. If you have a light rail that moves between Enugu and Oji, Enugu and maybe somewhere around Uboka, where you have some institutions springing up, you have increased the mobility of the people, and people can easily move. People who are stranded in cities without proper accommodation can find accommodation in areas that are not crowded into the cities, and they can easily find their way into their places of livelihood every day. And you will see that per capita income of the people will increase, and those projects are projects that can easily recover their cost of construction. So those are the kind of things. But almost always, Uche, what you find is that government wants to score a political point for purposes of campaign. When campaign comes, you see government say, oh, we have floated Enugu airline, without actually asking the cost of 62 billion naira that we were told that was used for the airline. Was that the best way to use such amount of money in this present circumstance to actually take the people out of poverty? Some government official told me that it will create employment, and I laughed. That's it doesn't make sense, because we know that the number of employment it will create will be a child's play to compare with having light rails running around the Enugu city and the kind of direct and indirect employment that those ones would have created. So you go to the government of Enugu started water project. That water project is stalled as far as I'm concerned now, because the governor promised us that in 180 days that he was going to send water to every home. I'm quoting him now, quote unquote, every home in Enugu.
And you think that project has failed?
What do you call failure? How many days do we have now? I don't want to sound like an opposition party, no. In development, we tie down projects to timelines. 2 years and some months have passed. We cannot say that we have made measurable progress in that project. Remember, the governor said 180 days. I actually called out the governor then and said that that was unattainable. I totally said it was unattainable because there was no baseline studies.
Right.
The state of pipes were not known. I knew that engineering regulation needed to be done in new settlements in Enugu. Even the old settlements needed to be rehabilitated. When I spoke to government officials, they said they had their plans. I told them that you had set up yourselves for failure. Sooner than later, I told the Commissioner for Information then that water gallery was a 19th century thing that we saw in Asia. That if you look at the impact of creating water galleries, we are falling back to people losing man hours in trying to find water. And these things were not sustainable. He insisted they were sustainable. Sooner than later, within days, those galleries were vandalized. And today, I don't know anyone that functions. I don't know any of the water galleries that functions. And if you do the statistics, you will find out that more than 60% of Enugu people who live in Enugu city, do not have access to potable water. As you slowly get into the dry season, it will come to you will face the reality. Most of us live and use unwholesome water for our daily activities. You see shallow wells everywhere. And I thought that was what the governor saw and said, well, Enugu people deserve potable water. But how they have handled that leaves a lot to be desired. So to that extent, if that project had actually been advanced as much as it should, it would have been a high impactful project, because water is key to whether it is health, whether it's sanitation, whether it is environment, and the well-being of the people to be in a position, because if you have a healthy population, you have a productive population.
All right, Doc. Talking about high impactful projects.
Yes.
Let's look at education.
Okay.
The Smart School Initiative.
Okay.
What's your assessment?
On the surface, Uche, the Smart School looks good. On the surface. But that's why I usually talk about strategy. And open governance requires that when government has a dream, if it brings it to a plan, and if it has a plan, it should create strategy or strategies for those plans. And they should be brought to public domain for proper criticism to help government achieve the desired goals. The Smart School, like I said, on paper, looked very good. But the question I had asked myself in the first the first day I heard about it was looking at the pathway that the smart school project wanted to take. Was it better to start completely to construct new schools, or was it faster and cheaper to massively move into existing schools, renovate them and convert them to smart schools? Some of the government people argue that government wanted to a new paradigm. Yeah, but politics came into it, like everything we do. In some communities, the smart schools are located far away from the people that will use them. Sometimes you see two smart school projects located probably too close to each other, while other communities are actually disenfranchised, as it were, as when the project has come on. So now it's a huge, it's a capital intensive project, as it were now. Apart from the pilot project that was done, I do not know of anyone that has taken off. We're heading to commencement of new school year. I honestly think that if the kind of amount of money that's being speculated, because nobody is telling you, nobody is giving you the facts. I talked about transparency. The amount of money that is being speculated to have been sunk into the smart school. I mean, it's a beautiful dream to actually invest in education. Don't get me wrong. It's a beautiful dream. The amount of money that has been put there, if the monies have been sunk into renovating and converting the existing school structures into smart schools, would we not make better projects? The way these things are sited and located, what are the chances of sustainability? Then I have a bigger concern, the way it's being mouthed. Uche, every institution stands on 3 legs, principal legs. There could be other legs. The infrastructure, the legal framework, then the human resources. The teachers that are going to man the smart school, are they going to come from the moon? Government says we are training them. I say it's beyond just training them. Part of the problem, the education problem we have in Nigeria today, is poor remuneration. And as such, the educational system does not attract the best of the human resources to get into that sector. Time was that you went to primary school, you saw young men, young women who are top of their classes getting into teaching profession because they were properly remunerated. As it is now, if you go to an average primary and secondary school, you will see that you have 90% women population. I mean, due respect to the women, I mean, they are not less important. But sociologically putting it, you see that the men are scared of getting into that, because in the cultural environment where we live in, a man has huge responsibility. You have to grow up, make enough money, marry a wife that you will take care of, as it were. Social responsibilities that are facing you, And so you discover that in the university sector now, if you see people graduating from education, those who have made first class and second class upper find their way elsewhere. They don't want to go to the basic education sector because the remuneration is very poor. Is government going to increase significantly the remuneration and support for the teachers that are going to teach in smart school? Otherwise, it will be a rat race.
All right. If you're just joining us, we are discussing today on the insight, the impact of Dr. Peter Mba's developmental efforts in Enugu State, the benefits to Ndi Enugu. And with me here is Dr. Chigozie Anarodo, a developmental scientist and a public affairs analyst. Doc,
yes,
we've been looking at these projects. Now let's take a look at security, which is fundamental for development to take place. Doctor, what's your assessment of the governor's effort in security?
Yeah, thank you, Uche. I think I applaud the governor, especially on the first steps he made at the early days of his government. You see, a lot of people came out to criticize me, especially those who are emotional, or that he shouldn't have put in all the energy in stopping the sit-at-home on Monday. I said no. A situation where the Southeast was losing close to 40 billion every Monday, was totally unacceptable. And there was no way a government that is what is sought will surrender the sovereignty of the, or as it were, surrender the powers that the people have entrusted onto that government to non-state actors, to fear, and to lack of economic activity. And I totally commend this government for actually taking the bull by the horn by confronting the issue of loss of productivity on Monday in the name of sit at home. To that extent, I mean, it was a good thing to make the effort to recover Monday, but you can also see that sustainability has become an issue in terms of allowing it to spread into other areas of the state. You still have issues with the hinterlands of Enugu, people having the capacity to move around and do their business in the hinterland. So I actually hope that government should do more by permeating the hinterlands to recover the place so that there shouldn't be ungoverned spaces in our environment.
All right, Doc. Before I take you to politics, the issue of politics, on a scale of 1 to 10, when compared to the previous administrations, what's your rating of this government?
Is it in terms of in the total rating?
Total rating, when compared to the previous government. A scale of 1 to 10. Don't think about it, though. Just from a scale of 1 to 10, what's your assessment? You've been a resident of this state.
Yes, for more than 30 years.
When compared to previous administrations, when looked holistically, from a scale of 1 to 10, what's your rating?
Okay, that's an easy thing to do. On the scale of 1 to 10, compared to the last administration, I'll place this government on 6.
All right.
For 10.
Only 6?
That's my assessment. I am a teacher.
Good, but the previous administration, you didn't give a pass mark either.
No, so we're putting on a, see, when you say a scale relative to the previous administration, like I told you, my job is teaching. What it means is that the previous administration takes the base value of 0.
All right.
Do you understand?
All right.
So now this one scales up to 6.
So your final score is 6.
Well, I'm not prevaricating about it.
All right.
The point I want to make, however, is that it's not enough to do that comparative score.
Okay.
It's important to do absolute score.
Okay.
Because the previous administration, truth must be said, we run a porridge economy where we depend on the allocation of the federation to run. The previous administration ran in the era when oil revenue was very low. The monies accruable to the federation account was much lower. A situation where the federation was distributing a total of about 600 billion per month. That's the regime we move from, and we're in the regime where the federation is currently distributing 2 trillion in a month. Are you able to place them side by side? That's why I talk about context. It may be shallow-minded for us to say, oh, let's just compare. You move from 600 to more than 3-folds. So we must expect such quantum leap in the type of developmental impacts and efforts that we see. So that's why I said I mean, I can't argue with you because you are the moderator here. You wanted a comparative scale. That I gave to you. We can do an absolute scale.
All right, Doc.
And my absolute scale can come down to 4.
All right, Doc. We're in era of endorsements. We're in era of endorsements.
Absolutely.
And based on the efforts of this government, we've heard when he went to commission the projects in the Nsukka, we heard the people endorsing him for another term in office, though we're still in 2 years. And given the crisis in the PDP, do you think it's possible for this governor to run under that platform? And if not, should he want to decamp from the PDP, as we've seen others do? Do you think there is a headway for him in the APC?
Well, I'm not a politician.
Good afternoon and welcome to the news at 3 on Aneke TV. First, the headlines. Ukraine admits Russia has entered key region of Dnipropetrovsk. France faces new political crisis as PM is expected to lose confidence vote. France returns slaying King's call to Madagascar. Strike looms as ASU issues protest over unmet demands. Enugu government launches youth policy. Police arrest 2 suspected car thieves, recover 3 vehicles in Kano. I am Amaka Nechi. Now the news in details. We start from Ukraine. Ukrainian forces have admitted that Russia's military have crossed into the eastern industrial region of Dnipropetrovsk and are trying to establish a foothold. This is the first attack of such a large scale in the region. Russia has claimed throughout the summer that it has entered the area as its forces try to push deeper into Ukrainian territory from the Donetsk region. Meanwhile, Denmark's foreign minister Lars Loke Rasmussen has summoned the top U.S. diplomat in Copenhagen. This follows a report that American citizens have been conducting covert operations in Greenland. Denmark's public broadcaster quoted sources saying that the aim was to infiltrate Greenland society and promote its succession from Denmark to the U.S. Danish intelligence warned Greenland was being targeted by various kinds of influence campaigns. Foreign Rosserman said any attempt to interfere in the internal affairs of the Kingdom of Denmark will of course be unacceptable, and the U.S. charged the affairs had been summoned in that light. In the meantime, the UN has demanded that Israel's investigations into unlawful killings in Gaza, including its double-tap bombing of Nasser Hospital, which killed 20 people, among them 5 journalists, yield results and ensure accountability. The spokesperson for the UN's Human Rights Office, Thamen Al-Kitan, in a statement said the number of journalists killed in Gaza raised many questions about the targeting of media workers. Israel twice struck Nasser Hospital, the last functioning public hospital in southern Gaza. Witnesses said the second strike came just as rescue crews and journalists arrived to evacuate the wounded 15 minutes after the first bombing, killing first responders and media workers. Now we move to trade. The United States has enacted sweeping 50% tariffs on a broad range of Indian exports, doubling the previous 25% rate as of Wednesday in a punitive response to India's continued purchases of Russian oil. This move has sharply escalated tensions between the two strategic partners. According to Reuters, this combined levy affects 55% of India's U.S.-bound trade, valued at approximately $87 billion. Analysts warn the tariffs could slash export orders by 30%, delivering a severe shock to India's small and medium-sized exporters. To France, France is braced for another political crisis as the minority government of François Bayrou appears almost certain to be toppled in a confidence vote next month amid deep political divisions over an unpopular austerity budget and debt reduction plan. Bayrou, 74, a close ally of Emmanuel Macron, is expected to lose the vote as opposition parties on the far right and left said they would relish the opportunity to eject him after less than 9 months in office. A planned protest movement against Bayrou's proposed budget cuts, which gathered support on social media over the summer, as well as potential strikes and demonstrations by trade unions, are expected to begin on 10 September, regardless of whether Bayrou is forced to quit. The politician attended a meeting of the CFDT trade union yesterday where he urged French political parties to think carefully about the vote, noting they had 13 days to see whether they are on side of chaos or responsibility. Now we move to news from Africa. The head of Malagasy killed by French troops during the colonial era war has been formally returned to Madagascar. The handover of King Taras Call said, and those of 2 other members of his court took place at a ceremony in the Culture Ministry in Paris. The skulls had been brought to France at the end of the 19th century and stored at the Museum of Natural History in the French capital. It is the first use of a new law meant to expedite the return of human remains from collections in France. In the meantime, Botswana's president has declared a public health emergency due to shortages of essential medicines and equipment as a downturn in the global diamond market and the USA cuts take a toll on the country's finances. The announcement came after the Ministry of Health suspended non-urgent surgeries on 4th August, stating that the country was short of medicines to treat hypertension, diabetes, cancer, asthma, and eye conditions, as well as supplies including bandages and sutures and those for sexual and reproductive health. The president, Duma Boko, said in a televised address on Monday night that the country's medical supply chain had failed, and as he announced 250 Mpula, that's approximately 18.3 million euros in funding for emergency medicines, the distribution of which would be overseen by the military. Boko blamed the state procurement agency Central Medical Store CMS, which he said in turn blamed intermediaries for ratcheting up drug prices in the southern African country, which has a population of about 2.5 million and is the world's largest diamond producer by value. This news broadcast is brought to you from Aneke TV. Remember, you can follow us on all the social media feeds on Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok, and on YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick look at major developments in the news. Ukraine admits Russia has entered key region of Dnipropetrovsk. UN demands justice over Israeli double strike on Gaza hospital. France faces new political crisis as Prime Minister expected to lose confidence vote. France returns slaying King's Cole to Madagascar. And coming up shortly, strike looms as the ASU SU to protest over unmet demands. Police arrest 2 suspected car thieves and recover 3 vehicles in Kano. Now we bring you stories from Nigeria. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has warned the Nigerian intending pilgrims for the 2026 Hajj exercise that everyone caught performing the holy pilgrimage without a valid Hajj visa will face a fine of 8.15 million naira and imprisonment. The warning was issued during a virtual meeting between the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria and the Saudi Ministry of Hajj and Umrah to review preparations for next year's pilgrimage. The session was presided over by Dr. Rania Adham of the Saudi Ministry of Hajj. The agency, in a statement, said Saudi authorities stressed a strict compliance with all deadlines, noting that they would not be shifted. These include the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding MOU in November this year, January 4, 2026, as last date for camp booking payment and service contract confirmations, and February 1, 2026 for uploading transport and accommodation contracts on the Nusuk Masa portal. The final deadline for visa issuance remains the 1st of Shawwal. Now we move over to infrastructure. The managing director of the Nigerian Railway Corporation, Dr. Kayode Ukpeifa, says he has taken full responsibility for the derailment of the Abuja-Kaduna train along the Kaduna corridor yesterday. Dr. Ukpeifa said this when he was responding to questions in an interview on National Network. He, however, said the ongoing investigation into the incident would not be swept under the carpet. According to him, though the incident should not have happened, the NRC would ensure that there is no recurrence. Meanwhile, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has assured that swift action and support will follow yesterday's derailment of the Abuja-Kaduna bound train. The president spoke after receiving continuous updates on the incident while on a state visit to Brazil. In a message posted on his verified X handle at official BAT, the president said he was deeply saddened by the development and expressed his sympathy to passengers affected. The president noted that he was awaiting a full briefing on the derailment to ensure prompt measures are taken both to support victims and to strengthen the nation's railway operations. The derailment, which disrupted one of Nigeria's busiest passenger rail routes, has again put the spotlight on railway safety and infrastructure. To academics, the Academic Staff Union of Universities ASU, University of Nigeria Nsukka UNN branch, says members are ready to join the impending nationwide indefinite strike if the federal government fails to meet demands. The chairman of ASU UNN, Comrade Oyibo Eze, said this while briefing newsmen in Nsukka shortly after the union's congress, followed by protest rally by members. Comrade Eze said Nigerians should hold government responsible in case of any nationwide indefinite strike by ASU, as government had failed to do the needful. The chairman said that the protest was in compliance with the directive of the national leadership on branches of the union to carry out protest rallies so as to appeal to government to do the needful. He said that ASU National Executive Council, NEC, would meet on September 2nd after meeting with the federal government on August 28 to determine the next line of action. The protesters marched through some major roads in UNN and ended at the administrative building of the university. Also, members of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, Enugu State University of Science and Technology, ASU branch, have joined their counterparts in the country in a peaceful protest to demand for better welfare and working conditions for lecturers. Aneke TV correspondent Chidimai Kemede, who monitored the exercise, reports that lecturers marched around the university premises carrying placards and chanting solidarity songs.
Members of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, Enugu State University of Science and Technology, ESIT branch, have joined their counterpart in the country in a peaceful protest to demand for better welfare and working conditions for lecturers. During the protest, lecturers marched around the university premises carrying placards and chanting solidarity songs.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever.
The acting chairman of ASU, Esut branch, Comrade Andrew Ape, who led the protest, said the decision to demonstrate was taken after the government failed to address critical welfare and funding issues affecting staff and the quality of education. Comrade Ape said the move was part of the union's effort to pressure the government to addressing its long-standing demands. He stated that the rally was the union's first decisive response to the government's continued inaction, warning that the protests signal what lies ahead if concerns remained unaddressed.
This rally today was necessitated by the need for us to look into the agreement we had with federal government since 2009. And since that time till now, there has never been any serious outcome from that agreement. The federal government is not satisfying its own part of that agreement. ASU has been so calm and following up with them quietly until this period now, 2 years after, no serious effort from federal government. And ASU is now saying what is happening. And the same federal government now is calling us, telling us they want to give us loan. If you have money that you want to give loan, why not pay us our money?
The protest adds to growing concerns about funding and governance of tertiary institutions in Enugu State and across Nigeria, where ASU chapters have repeatedly clashed with. The protest adds to growing concerns about funding and governance of tertiary institutions in Enugu State and across Nigeria, where ASU chapters have repeatedly clashed with authorities over unmet agreements, poor infrastructure, and delayed staff entitlements. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV.
Thank you so much, Chidimai Kemede, for that report. The Academic Staff Union of Universities in Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Oka chapter, yesterday joined the nationwide protest of the union, lamenting that lecturers have been on the same salary scale for 16 years, despite worsening economic realities. The protesting lecturers, led by the branch chairman, Innocent Nubia, blocked part of the Enugu-Oka Onitsha Expressway and marched across the university campus carrying placards. I'll take that again. The protesting lecturers, led by the branch chairman, Innocent Nubia, blocked part of the Enugu-Oka Onitsha Expressway and marched across the university campus carrying placards with inscriptions such as "End Poverty, Salary Now," "Federal Government Stop Deceiving Us," and "We Don't Want Loan, Pay Us Our Money." Comrade Nubia said the federal government has failed to implement the renegotiated 2009 agreement, which was due for renewal in 2012, describing the situation as a show of shame. In the meantime, Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State has approved a new minimum wage of 104,000 naira for civil servants in the state. Governor Uzodinma made this known during a meeting with various labor union leaders last night at the Government House in Owerri. The governor increased the minimum wage from 76,000 naira to 104,000 naira. Similarly, the minimum wage of doctors was raised from 215,000 naira to 503,000 naira, while that of tertiary institution teachers increased from 119,000 to 222,000 naira, among others. He said Imo citizens had faced numerous challenges since his government took office, including insecurity, the COVID-19 pandemic, economic hardship from reform policies, and disputes over minimum wage and subsidy removal. The governor further said that the state government will today begin payment of the last batch of gratuity of 16 billion naira owed pensioners in the state. He said his administration had carried out major reforms in the health sector, including initiating health insurance scheme and equipping health facilities to ensure world-class treatment for Imo citizens. He said his government had keyed into the federal government project of establishing 1,000 businesses in every active INEC ward. He charged labor unions to unite to foster good working relations between labor and government. Uzodinma, who solicited for value addition from workers, also cautioned them against unethical practices and redundancy at work. Responding, the state chairman of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, Mr. Chimemezue Mwigwe described the increase in minimum wage in the state as victory for the entire workforce in the state. Comrade Mwigwe said Uzodimma did not only rescue the workers from economic challenges, but had made the state one of the highest in payment in minimum wage. Also speaking, the state chairman of Trade Union Congress, Comrade Uchenna Ibe, also lauded the governor for his strong political will in taking up strong projects, including the increase in minimum wage. Away from that, the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has intercepted and seized 2.318 tons of cannabis in separate operations in Kwara State within 1 week. The state commander of the agency, Fatima Popola, announced this during a news conference in Ilorin, the state's capital. According to her, the seizures were made during raids along the Offa and Omuaron axes. 4 suspects were arrested after concealing the drugs in canter trucks and sacks of sawdust to evade detection. Also, the Delta State Police Command says it arrested officers who appeared in a viral video counting bundles of cash inside the patrol van marked Area Commander Saba. The video, which circulated on social media, showed the officers handling the money from their parked vehicle, raising widespread suspicion that the cash could have been proceeds of extortion. Reacting to the developments, the police public relations officer for the command, Bright Edafe, confirmed in a post on X, formerly Twitter, that the officers had been tracked and taken into custody. According to him, the command wasted no time in summoning the personnel before the Commissioner of Police after the video came to its attention. Still on crime, the police command in Enugu State says it has detained 3 suspected criminals and recovered firearms, a motorcycle, and other incriminating items in separate operations within the state. The spokesman of the command, SP Daniel Ndukwe, announced this in a statement in Enugu. Mr. Ndukwe said that the feat was part of a sustained vigorous clampdown on armed robbery and other violent crimes in the state by the command. He said that on August 20, police operatives attached to the Agbani area command apprehended the suspect and recovered a locally made gun from him. The police spokesman further said that on August 18, operatives attached to the Udenu Police Division apprehended 2 suspects at Obolafo, Udenu local government area. Mr. Ndukwe said that the suspects would be arraigned in court at the end of investigations. He urged members of the public to always support the police with timely and credible information to enhance proactive crime prevention and effective policing. The spokesman said that Maman Kiwa, the Commissioner of Police in the state, remained committed to rid Enugu State of criminals. In politics, the Anambra State House of Assembly has suspended the member representing Ayamelum constituency, Mr. Bernard Udemezue, for 3 months. Mr. Udemeze was suspended over a message and content he shared on social media, which the House described as damaging content. The lawmaker elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, had shared on his social media handles alleging that his constituency, Ayamelum, is marginalized in the area of constituency allowance. Enugu State government has launched a comprehensive youth policy designed to place young people at the center of the state's development process and creating an enabling environment for their growth and empowerment. This is the first time the state will have a dedicated policy for youth development. Aneke TV correspondent Chidinma Ikemede reports that the 58-page policy document is aimed at harnessing the potential of young people as critical drivers of sustainable development.
Enugu State government recently launched a comprehensive youth policy designed to place young people at the center of the state's development process and creating an enabling environment for their growth and empowerment. This is the first time the state will have a dedicated policy for youth development. The 58-page policy document is aimed at harnessing the potential of young people as critical drivers of sustainable development. Unveiling the policy at the International Conference Center, ICC, Enugu, Governor Peter Mba, who was represented by the Commissioner for Youth and Sports, Mr. Lloyd Ekweremadu, described young people in the state as the heartbeat of Enugu State.
The youth are the heartbeat of Enugu State. They constitute the energy, creativity, and vision that drive our development. Yet, for too long, their potential has been underutilized. This youth policy is our bold response to that challenge. It is a roadmap that captures the aspirations of our young people and aligns them with the development agenda of our dear state.
Governor Mba said that Enugu Youth Policy is the outcome of rigorous consultations, robust engagements, and collaborative efforts. In his goodwill message, the Executive Director, South Saharan Social Development Organization, Dr. Stanley Lechuku, said the organization believes that young people are not just leaders of tomorrow, they are the strength of today. And that was why they gave their support when the process of developing the policy began.
We believe that the young people are not just leaders of tomorrow, they're the strengths of today. And that is why when we began this process with Action Aid, we were glad to stand behind it.
For his part, the country director of Action Aid Nigeria, Andrew Mamedi, said Action Aid Nigeria has remained steadfast in their mission to working with people living in poverty and exclusion with a strong focus on advancing the rights and aspirations of young people, women, and the marginalized. Represented by the head of program, Action Aid Nigeria, Celestine Odo, the country director, said Enugu Youth Policy, fully supported by Action Aid Nigeria, is a testament to what can be achieved through collaboration between government, civil society, and young people themselves.
The Enugu State Youth Policy, fully supported by Action Aid Nigeria, is a testament to what can be achieved through collaboration between government, civil society, and young people themselves. It provides a framework that prioritizes young youth development, empowerment, participation in governance, education, employment, climate actions, entrepreneurship, social justice.
Mr. Wilfred Emeko KK, who is a consultant, Enugu State Youth Policy, emphasized that and their valuable assets while stating its visions and objectives to develop strategies to better the lives of the youths.
Enugu State recognizes the important and perhaps indispensable role of its youth in promoting sustainable development and addressing socio-economic challenges.
The event was witnessed by youths from different parts of the state, cutting across various sectors, ministries, departments, agencies, education, health, and agriculture. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV.
Thank you, Chidimai Kemede, for that report. Now move over to business news. President Bola Tinubu yesterday praised the remarkable growth of Nigeria's capital market under his administration. This is as he credited investors' confidence in his economic reforms for the surge in activity on the Nigerian exchange. He disclosed this while receiving the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Dr. Emomotimi Agama, and the Board of Directors of the Nigerian Exchange Group in Brazil during his state visit. The president said the expansion of market capitalization and trading volumes reflected the strength of his policies. The State House confirmed the meeting in a statement signed by Presidential Advisor Mr. Bayo Nanuga and posted on X this morning. He reaffirmed his commitment to supporting the market, pledging additional reforms to elevate Nigeria's financial ecosystem in line with the renewed hope agenda. In the meantime, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved a temporary suspension on the export of unprocessed shea nuts. The announcement was made by the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Mr. Abubakar Kyari, who confirmed that the directive takes immediate effect. Mr. Kyari explained that the decision is aimed at encouraging value addition through local processing, strengthening the agro-industrial sector, and ensuring Nigeria benefits more from its agricultural resources. He further noted that the policy is in line with the regional trends across West Africa, where countries such as Ghana and Burkina Faso have adopted similar restrictions to stimulate domestic industries, create jobs, and maximize foreign exchange earnings from processed shea products. Still talking business. The Naira yesterday depreciated to 1,550 Naira per dollar in the parallel markets from 5,540 Naira per dollar on Monday. Similarly, the Naira depreciated to 1,537 Naira per dollar in the Nigerian Foreign Exchange Market, NFEM. Data published by the Central Bank of Nigeria showed that the exchange rate for the Naira rose to 1,537 naira per dollar from 1,536 naira 99 kobo per dollar on Monday, indicating 1 kobo depreciation for the naira. Consequently, the margin between the parallel market and NFEM rates widened to 13 naira per dollar from 3 naira 01 kobo per dollar on Monday. Also, the federal government has been urged to adopt satellite-based water quality monitoring systems to safeguard Nigeria's critical takes from worsening environmental degradation. A Nigerian geospatial researcher at the State University of New York College of Environmental Science and Forestry, Eniola Onatayo, made the call in a statement warning that millions of Nigerians who depend on lakes for drinking water, fishing and farming face growing health and economic risks without systematic surveillance. She stated that this is dangerous in a country where over 66 million people still lack access to safe drinking water and waterborne diseases continue to claim thousands of lives annually. Onatayo, whose groundbreaking research in New York's Finger Lakes region developed machine learning models to detect harmful algal blooms and track water clarity from space, has already tested her methods on Nigerian lakes. And we move to sports. Morocco reached the final of the Total Energies African Nations Championship CHAN 2024 last night after overcoming holders Senegal 5-3 on penalties following a tense 1-1 draw after extra time at the Nelson Mandela National Stadium. The Atlas Lions, who won the tournament in 2018 and 2020, will now face Madagascar in Saturday's final in Nairobi after the island nation beat Sudan earlier in the day. The defending champions struck force through Joseph Layose, who rose highest in the 16th minute to head home from Libase Gueyi's corner. But Morocco hit back just 7 minutes later. Sabia Bograin unleashed a thunderous right-footed strike from outside the box that flew into the top corner, leveling the match at 1-1 and swinging momentum back to the two-time champions. We head over to entertainment. Pop superstar Taylor Swift and NFL star Travis Kelce are officially engaged. The couple shared the news on Instagram with multiple photos of Kelce down on one knee in a lush garden, captioning the post, "Your English teacher and your gym teacher are getting married." Swift and Kelce went public with their relationship in late 2023, appearing together at NFL games, award shows, and other high-profile events. Also on entertainment, a former Big Brother Niger housemate Natasha Anita Akide, popularly known as Thatcher, has once again expressed confidence that she would have won the season 4 edition of the reality TV show Pepper Them if she hadn't been disqualified. Speaking during a recent appearance on the Hot Takes podcast by Pulse, Thatcher reflected on her time in the House, emphasizing how often she was nominated for eviction, yet managed to survive each time. When asked if she thinks she would have won the show if she wasn't disqualified a few days to the end of the show, Thatcher boldly stated that she knew the prize cash was for no one except her. And that's all on the news at 3. To end the news at 3 p.m. here are the main points. Ukrainian forces have admitted that Russia's military have crossed into the eastern industrial region of Dnipropetrovsk. France is braced for another political crisis as the minority government of François Bayrou appears almost certain to be toppled in a confidence vote next month. We also told you that members of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, Enugu State University of Science and Technology, SA branch, have joined their counterparts in the country in a peaceful protest to demand for better welfare and working conditions for lecturers. To end the news, for breaking news and eyewitness report, please call 0703-043-7110. You can send your messages across all our social media platforms on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and right here on YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Amaka Neji. Thank you for joining us.